Every tired nervous system has a story no one else can see. Behind the calm smile, behind the daily routines, behind the strong face you show the world, there is often a body that has forgotten what true rest feels like, a mind that never fully switches off, a heart that stays alert long after the danger has passed, and a constant tension that has quietly become normal. Most people do not even realize they are carrying it. They wake up tired. They move through the day restless. They sit in silence, yet something inside them refuses to be still, not because they are broken, but because they have spent years teaching themselves how to survive, without ever learning how to deeply rest. We live in a world that rewards pressure. We are taught to keep going, keep achieving, keep worrying, keep preparing for the next problem. We learn how to work harder, but not how to let go. We learn how to stay busy, but not how to become calm. And over time, the nervous system begins to believe that tension is safety, that vigilance is necessary, that peace is something that must be earned. But the Stoics understood something most people never discover. They understood that the greatest form of strength is not constant effort. It is inner stillness. It is the ability to remain steady when the world becomes chaotic. It is the wisdom to stop fighting every thought, every emotion, every uncertainty that enters the mind. Because what exhausts us is not always life itself, but our resistance to it. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the mind can find retreat within itself. Seneca taught that much of our suffering comes not from reality, but from our imagination. Epictetus reminded us that peace begins the moment we stop trying to control what was never ours to control. Tonight, this is your invitation to experience something rare, not distraction, not escape, not temporary comfort, but the deepest rest your nervous system has ever been allowed to feel. A rest that comes when the mind stops arguing with life. A rest that comes when old worries are no longer invited to sit at your table. A rest that comes when you finally realize that peace was never somewhere out there waiting for you. It was quietly waiting beneath all the noise. So allow your shoulders to soften. Allow your breathing to slow. Allow the weight you have carried for so long to begin slipping away. For the next few hours there is nowhere to go, nothing to prove, and nothing to fix. Only a chance to return to yourself. And perhaps for the first time in a very long time, let your nervous system remember what it feels like to truly rest. The moment you begin to slow down, something unexpected often appears. Not peace, not silence, but tension. The kind that has been hiding beneath the surface for years. The kind that only becomes visible when the distractions disappear. And perhaps one of the greatest sources of that hidden tension is something most people never notice they are doing. They are constantly defending themselves. A strange thing happens when a person spends enough years feeling judged, misunderstood, criticized, or rejected. The nervous system begins to prepare for conflict before conflict even arrives. It becomes watchful, alert, protective, not because danger is present, but because it has learned to expect it. Many people walk through life carrying an invisible shield. They bring it into conversations. They bring it into relationships. They bring it into workplaces, family gatherings, and even moments of complete solitude. They may not realize it, but a part of them is always waiting for an attack. Someone offers a different opinion, and it feels personal. Someone disagrees, and it feels like rejection. Someone gives advice, and it feels like criticism. Someone does not respond the way they hoped, and it feels like disrespect. Over time, the nervous system becomes trapped in a state of constant readiness. Every interaction is quietly scanned for threats. Every conversation becomes a battlefield that exists mostly inside the mind. The exhausting part is that this process often happens automatically. Most people are not consciously deciding to defend themselves all day long. Their nervous system learned the habit years ago. Perhaps they grew up in an environment where mistakes were punished harshly. Perhaps they were constantly judged. Perhaps they learned that being wrong was dangerous. Perhaps they experienced betrayal and promised themselves they would never be vulnerable again. The Stoics understood something important about this tendency. They understood that much of human suffering comes from confusing attacks on our opinions with attacks on our identity. There is a tremendous difference between the two. Someone can disagree with your idea without rejecting you. Someone can challenge your belief without diminishing your worth. Someone can misunderstand your actions without changing who you are. But when identity becomes attached to every opinion, every disagreement starts to feel like a threat to survival. This is where the nervous system becomes exhausted, because it never receives permission to rest. Think about what happens inside the body when a threat appears. The muscles tighten, breathing becomes shallow, attention narrows, energy is mobilized. The body prepares to fight or defend itself. Now consider what happens when a person spends years interpreting ordinary conversations as threats. The body never fully leaves that state. The mind becomes busy constructing arguments before they are needed. It rehearses explanations nobody asked for. It replays old conversations. It imagines future conflicts. It searches for ways to prove itself. And all of this consumes enormous amounts of energy. Many people believe they are tired because of work, responsibilities, or age. Sometimes they are actually tired because they have been defending themselves for decades, defending their choices, defending their past, defending their beliefs, defending their value, defending a version of themselves they are terrified of losing. Marcus Aurelius offered a different path. He frequently reminded himself that other people's opinions did not have the power he imagined they had. He understood that peace becomes possible when we stop handing our inner stability to external voices. This does not mean becoming cold or indifferent. It means becoming secure enough that disagreement no longer feels like danger. A secure mind does not need to win every argument. A secure mind does not need universal approval. A secure mind does not panic when someone sees things differently. It remains steady. It remains grounded. It remains free. The beautiful thing is that this freedom creates something the nervous system desperately needs: space. For the first time, energy that was once spent on defense becomes available for living. Instead of preparing counter-arguments, you become present. Instead of monitoring everyone's reactions, you listen. Instead of trying to protect an image, you experience reality directly. The body begins receiving signals that it has not received in years. You are safe. You do not need to fight. You do not need to prove anything. You do not need to carry armor into every room. The Stoics often spoke about separating what belongs to us from what does not. Our character belongs to us. Our choices belong to us. Our actions belong to us. But other people's opinions never belong to us. The moment we stop trying to control them, something remarkable begins to happen. The nervous system loosens its grip. The shoulders soften. The breath deepens. The mind becomes quieter, not because life suddenly becomes easy, but because we stop treating every disagreement as a threat to our existence. And perhaps that is one of the deepest forms of rest available to a human being. The realization that you were never at war with other people. You were simply carrying a shield long after the battle had ended. And the moment you set it down, the nervous system finally begins to remember what safety feels like. And that shield is often heavier than we realize. The moment we stop defending ourselves against every opinion, another hidden burden begins to reveal itself. A burden that quietly drains energy day after day. A burden many people carry for so long that they mistake it for normal life. the burden of feeling like they must constantly prove who they are, the burden of proving their worth, proving their intelligence, proving their success, proving that their choices were right, proving that they matter. And until that burden is released, true peace remains just out of reach. There is a strange kind of exhaustion that does not come from physical work. It comes from constantly presenting evidence for your existence, a quiet pressure to show the world that you are enough, a pressure to demonstrate your value through achievements, possessions, knowledge, status, or approval. Many people spend years chasing this feeling without realizing it. They believe that once they earn enough money, people will finally respect them. Once they become successful enough, they will finally feel secure. Once they receive enough praise, they will finally feel at peace. But something unexpected happens. The goalpost keeps moving. The moment one achievement is reached, another appears. The moment one insecurity is covered, another emerges. The moment one person approves, someone else disapproves. The nervous system remains trapped in a cycle of endless performance, always striving, always presenting, always measuring, always wondering if it has done enough. This is one of the deepest sources of internal tension because it creates a life where rest feels undeserved. Even when nothing is wrong, the mind continues searching for ways to become more acceptable. The Stoics saw this trap clearly. They understood that a person who depends on external validation can never fully relax because their sense of worth is being controlled by forces outside themselves. If your value depends on praise, then criticism becomes terrifying. If your value depends on success, failure becomes unbearable. If your value depends on being admired, rejection becomes devastating. The nervous system becomes trapped in constant uncertainty because its foundation is unstable. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the opinions of others change like the wind. People praise one day and criticize the next. They celebrate one person while ignoring another. They admire something today and forget it tomorrow. Building your identity on something so unstable is like building a house on moving sand. No matter how much effort you invest, the foundation never feels secure. This is why so many people secretly feel exhausted despite accomplishing so much. They are not tired from achievement, they are tired from attachment. Every accomplishment becomes another attempt to earn permission to feel worthy. Every success becomes another argument presented to an invisible jury. Every decision becomes a defense case waiting for approval. The nervous system remains alert because it is constantly waiting for the verdict. Am I enough? Did I do enough? Do they approve? Do they understand? Do they see my value? These questions create a background noise that never completely disappears. What makes this even more painful is that many people learned this pattern early in life. Perhaps love was connected to performance. Perhaps approval was connected to achievement. Perhaps mistakes brought criticism instead of understanding. Over time, the nervous system absorbed a dangerous lesson. You must earn your worth. You must prove yourself. You must justify your existence. But the Stoics offered a radically different perspective. Your worth is not something you earn. Your worth is not a prize awarded by public opinion. Your worth is not determined by your achievements. Your worth exists before success arrives and remains after success disappears. This realization changes everything, because once you stop trying to prove your value, an enormous amount of mental energy is suddenly released. Conversations become lighter. Decisions become simpler. Relationships become healthier. You no longer need every person to agree with you. You no longer need every action to impress someone. You no longer need every achievement to validate your identity. You can simply act according to your values and allow the results to unfold. Epictetus taught that peace comes from focusing on what is within our control. Our character is within our control. Our intentions are within our control. Our actions are within our control. But the judgment of others never is. The moment we stop trying to manage how everyone sees us, we reclaim a tremendous amount of freedom. And freedom creates relaxation. The nervous system begins to realize it no longer has to perform every moment of every day. It no longer has to wear masks. It no longer has to constantly calculate how it appears. It no longer has to win approval from every room it enters. There is something profoundly healing about allowing yourself to be misunderstood, not because misunderstanding feels pleasant, but because it teaches the nervous system that survival does not depend on universal acceptance. You can still be valuable when someone disagrees with you. You can still be worthy when someone fails to recognize your efforts. You can still be enough when nobody is applauding. This is where a deeper kind of peace begins. Not the peace that comes from finally receiving validation, the peace that comes from no longer needing it. The Stoics understood that inner stability grows when self-respect becomes stronger than public opinion, when your conscience becomes more important than applause, when your values become more important than appearances, when your relationship with yourself becomes stronger than your need for approval. At that point, life starts feeling different. You stop carrying the exhausting responsibility of convincing the world who you are. You stop arguing for your worth. You stop chasing proof of your value. And in that silence, something beautiful emerges. The nervous system finally receives a message it has been waiting years to hear. You do not have to earn your right to exist. You do not have to justify your worth. You do not have to prove that you matter. You already do. And the moment that truth sinks deeply into the heart, peace begins to take root in places where tension once lived. The moment you stop trying to prove yourself to the world, another hidden source of tension begins to reveal itself. It is quieter, more subtle, and often far more exhausting. Because even after we stop fighting with other people, many of us continue fighting with the future. A future that has not arrived. A future that may never arrive. A future that somehow manages to steal peace from the present moment. And this is where the nervous system develops one of its strongest addictions, the addiction to future problems. A strange thing happens when the mind is left unattended. It rarely stays where life is actually happening. Instead, it races ahead. It predicts. It prepares. It imagines. It rehearses. It creates entire worlds filled with problems that do not yet exist. Sometimes these imagined futures feel so real that the body responds as if they are happening now. The heart beats faster. The muscles tighten. The stomach knots. The breath becomes shallow. Yet nothing dangerous is actually occurring in the present moment. The threat exists only in anticipation. This is one of the greatest tricks the mind plays on the nervous system. It convinces the body to suffer today because something might happen tomorrow. Many people spend years living this way. They worry about conversations that have not happened. They fear failures that have not occurred. They prepare for rejection that may never come. They create detailed scenarios about losses, mistakes, disappointments, and disasters. The mind presents these possibilities as preparation, but often they are simply prolonged suffering. Seneca noticed this nearly 2,000 years ago when he wrote that we suffer more in imagination than in reality. What makes this observation so powerful is how true it remains today. Think about how many sleepless nights come from things that never actually happen. How many hours of anxiety come from outcomes that never arrive? How much emotional energy is spent preparing for battles that never take place? The nervous system does not always know the difference between reality and vivid anticipation. When the mind repeatedly imagines danger, the body responds accordingly. Stress hormones are released, protective mechanisms activate, alertness increases. The system prepares for survival. But when this becomes a daily habit, the nervous system rarely receives an opportunity to recover. It remains trapped in a state of waiting, waiting for the next problem, waiting for the next disappointment, waiting for the next thing that could go wrong. Over time, anticipation itself becomes automatic. The mind starts searching for future threats even when life is peaceful. A calm day feels suspicious. Good news feels temporary. Happiness feels fragile. Instead of enjoying what is present, attention shifts toward what could eventually break it. This creates a painful paradox. The very habit that was meant to protect us becomes the thing exhausting us. The Stoics offered a remarkably simple interruption to this cycle. They brought attention back to what actually exists, not what might happen, not what could happen, not what happened 10 years ago, but what is happening now. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to confine his attention to the present task, not because the future was unimportant, but because the future could not be lived today. Only this moment could. There is tremendous wisdom in that idea. Most of the problems that overwhelm us do not exist in the current moment. They exist in mental projections. Right now, in this exact second, many of the things people fear are nowhere to be found. The feared conversation has not happened. The feared failure has not occurred. The feared loss has not arrived. Yet the nervous system is already carrying the burden. This is like paying interest on a debt that does not exist. The body absorbs the cost of imaginary events. The mind becomes exhausted, managing possibilities instead of realities. Stoic presence interrupts this process by asking a simple question. What is actually happening right now? Not tomorrow, not next month, not next year, right now. This question immediately changes the relationship between the mind and reality. It pulls attention away from fiction and back into experience. Perhaps right now you are sitting safely. Perhaps right now you are breathing comfortably. Perhaps right now there is no immediate threat. Perhaps right now life is asking nothing from you except your presence. The nervous system finds relief in these moments because presence provides clarity. Reality is often far lighter than anticipation. Reality deals with one moment at a time. Anticipation tries to carry an entire future at once. One can be managed, the other becomes overwhelming. Epictetus taught that people are disturbed not by events themselves, but by their judgments about events. Future anxiety often proves this perfectly. The event has not occurred, yet the judgment has already created suffering. The body responds to predictions as if they are facts. The mind responds to possibilities as if they are certainties, and peace quietly disappears. The Stoic solution is not denial. It is not pretending that difficulties never come. Difficulties will come. Challenges will arrive. Life will remain uncertain. But there is a profound difference between meeting a problem when it appears and carrying it for months before it arrives. The first requires strength. The second drains strength unnecessarily. As this understanding deepens, the nervous system begins to relax. It no longer needs to constantly patrol the horizon. It no longer needs to prepare for every possible outcome. It no longer needs to treat uncertainty as danger. Instead, it learns something far more powerful. It learns trust. Trust that when tomorrow arrives, you will meet it. Trust that you have survived difficulties before. Trust that life unfolds one moment at a time. And trust that this present moment deserves your attention more than an imaginary future ever will. Because the deepest peace is not found by controlling what comes next. It is found by fully arriving where you already are. And when the nervous system finally stops living in tomorrow, it discovers a quiet truth that has been waiting all along. This moment is enough. This breath is enough. This presence is enough. And sometimes that realization alone is enough to break the cycle of unnecessary suffering. The more you learn to stop fighting with the future, the more clearly you begin to see another source of hidden tension. One that follows people through their entire lives. A tension so common that most never question it. The endless chase for importance, the endless chase for recognition, the endless chase for proof that they are doing well enough, succeeding enough, becoming enough. And strangely, one of the deepest forms of rest begins when that chase finally loses its grip. There is a quiet freedom that enters a person's life when they stop being impressed by things that once controlled them. A freedom that many people never experience. Because from an early age, we are taught to admire certain things automatically. Status, titles, popularity, wealth, power, public praise. We learn to measure people by what they possess, what they achieve, and how many others admire them. Without realizing it, we begin measuring ourselves the same way. The nervous system absorbs this lesson deeply. It learns that success means safety, recognition means value, approval means belonging. And as long as these beliefs remain unquestioned, inner peace remains fragile, because anything that gives peace can also take it away. If your happiness depends on praise, criticism becomes painful. If your confidence depends on status, losing status becomes terrifying. If your worth depends on achievement, every setback feels like a personal failure. The nervous system becomes trapped on an emotional roller coaster controlled by external events. A compliment lifts it up. A criticism drags it down. A promotion creates excitement. A disappointment creates despair. The result is a life filled with constant emotional movement, but very little stability. The Stoics noticed this problem long ago. They observed that most people willingly hand their peace to things they cannot control. They build their emotional lives around unstable foundations. Then they wonder why they feel anxious. Marcus Aurelius ruled one of the largest empires in history. Yet he constantly reminded himself that fame was fleeting. He watched powerful men become forgotten. He watched admired people disappear from memory. He watched success rise and fall like waves. This gave him a valuable insight. Most of the things people desperately chase are temporary. The applause fades. The titles change. The admiration shifts. The attention moves elsewhere. And when a person's identity depends on these things, the nervous system never fully relaxes. It remains dependent on external conditions, always needing another success, another victory, another sign of approval, another reminder that it matters. But becoming unimpressed changes everything, not because success becomes bad, not because achievement loses value, but because they stop defining you. There is a difference between enjoying success and needing success. A difference between appreciating praise and depending on praise. A difference between having status and building your entire identity around status. The Stoics encouraged people to see external achievements clearly. Useful, perhaps. Pleasant, perhaps, but never essential. When this understanding grows, emotional neutrality begins to develop. Praise arrives. You appreciate it, but you remain steady. Criticism arrives. You examine it, but you remain steady. Success arrives. You enjoy it, but you remain steady. Failure arrives. You learn from it, but you remain steady. The nervous system loves this kind of stability. Because it no longer has to ride every emotional wave. It no longer has to react dramatically to every change in circumstance. It begins to discover something deeper than excitement. It discovers calm. Many people spend years chasing emotional highs. They want bigger victories, bigger achievements, bigger recognition. But what they truly need is not a higher peak. It is a stronger foundation. Excitement comes and goes. Calm remains. This is why some of the most successful people in the world remain restless. They achieved everything they thought would bring peace. Yet peace never arrived, because they gained the reward without addressing the attachment. The nervous system remained dependent on external validation, and dependency always creates vulnerability. The Stoics sought a different kind of strength, a strength that could not be taken away by changing circumstances, a strength rooted in character rather than reputation, in wisdom rather than popularity, in integrity rather than admiration. These qualities create a unique form of emotional freedom. Because they belong to you, no one can remove them with an opinion. No one can diminish them with criticism. No one can destroy them by withholding praise. Epictetus often reminded his students that if something outside yourself can disturb your peace, then your peace is resting on unstable ground. This lesson becomes incredibly powerful once understood. Suddenly, the nervous system stops searching for security in places where security cannot be found. It stops looking for permanent peace inside temporary things. It stops demanding that the world constantly reassure it. And something remarkable begins to happen. Life becomes lighter. You can celebrate success without worshipping it. You can appreciate recognition without needing it. You can admire achievement without envying it. You can see wealth without feeling diminished. You can see status without feeling inferior. Because none of these things determine your value anymore, this creates a profound form of rest. A rest that does not depend on circumstances. A rest that remains present whether life is applauding or criticizing. Whether life is rewarding or challenging. Whether others notice you or overlook you. And perhaps that is why the Stoics appeared so calm, not because they possessed more than everyone else, but because they needed less from the world to feel whole. The moment you stop being impressed by the things that once controlled your emotions, you begin reclaiming your freedom. And when freedom replaces dependency, the nervous system finally discovers a level of rest that achievement alone could never provide. The deeper your nervous system settles, the more it begins to notice things that were hidden beneath the noise, not dramatic fears, not obvious worries, but quieter pressures. The kind that sit in the background of your life, the kind that never announce themselves, the kind that quietly pull on your energy day after day. And among the most powerful of these hidden pressures are expectations. Not the expectations you speak out loud, the ones you carry silently, the ones you barely realize exist. Because many people believe stress comes from reality, but often stress comes from reality refusing to match what we expected it to be. There is a subtle tension created whenever the mind writes a script for life, and life chooses a different ending. You expect someone to understand you. They do not. You expect appreciation for your effort. It never comes. You expect a relationship to unfold a certain way. It changes direction. You expect success to arrive after hard work. The results take longer than anticipated. You expect people to behave according to your standards. They disappoint you. You expect life to be fair. Life remains unpredictable. Each expectation creates an invisible contract. A contract that reality never agreed to sign. And when reality breaks that contract, the nervous system experiences friction. Not because the event itself is always painful, but because reality collided with expectation. This happens countless times throughout an ordinary day. Someone responds differently than expected. Traffic moves slower than expected. Plans change unexpectedly. Outcomes fail to match predictions. Most people barely notice these moments, yet the nervous system notices every one of them. Each unmet expectation creates a tiny spark of resistance, a tiny feeling that things should be different, a tiny argument with reality. One spark may seem insignificant. Hundreds of sparks create exhaustion. This is why people sometimes feel mentally drained without understanding why. The day may not have been particularly difficult, but it was filled with invisible disappointments, small expectations repeatedly colliding with actual life. The Stoics understood this dynamic remarkably well. They knew that suffering often grows from the gap between reality and attachment. Not attachment to possessions alone, attachment to outcomes, attachment to plans, attachment to assumptions, attachment to how things are supposed to unfold. The larger the attachment, the greater the tension when reality refuses to cooperate. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to meet events as they arrived, rather than demanding they arrive differently. This sounds simple, but it represents a profound shift in how the nervous system experiences life. Most people approach each day carrying an invisible list. This should happen. That should not happen. This person should behave this way. That situation should unfold differently. The mind becomes filled with silent demands. Then reality inevitably breaks some of those demands, and tension appears. The nervous system tightens because it is fighting against what already exists. One of the most exhausting expectations people carry is the expectation that life should constantly make sense. When painful experiences occur, the mind immediately searches for explanations. Why did this happen? Why now? Why me? Why this outcome? The nervous system becomes trapped in a loop of unanswered questions. It refuses to rest until it finds certainty. Yet life rarely provides complete explanations. Some events remain unclear. Some endings remain unfinished. Some losses never fully make sense. The Stoics taught that peace becomes possible when we stop demanding answers that reality may never provide. This does not mean becoming passive. It means recognizing the difference between understanding and attachment. You can seek understanding without making your peace dependent upon it. Another hidden expectation involves other people. Many individuals carry unconscious expectations about how others should think, speak, behave, and respond. Without realizing it, they create mental versions of people. Then they become upset when real people fail to match the imagined versions. The nervous system remains overstimulated because reality keeps violating its assumptions. People are imperfect. People change. People misunderstand. People disappoint. The Stoics accepted these truths in advance, not as pessimism, but as preparation. By expecting human imperfection, they reduced unnecessary emotional shock. The nervous system relaxes when it stops demanding perfection from an imperfect world. This is where Stoic detachment becomes so powerful. Detachment is often misunderstood. Many think it means not caring. It does not. Stoic detachment means caring deeply while releasing the need to control outcomes. You still love. You still work hard. You still pursue meaningful goals. But you stop attaching your peace to specific results. You plant the seed. You nurture it. You give your best effort. Then you allow reality to unfold. This creates tremendous relief inside the nervous system, because the mind no longer has to constantly monitor every outcome. It no longer has to force life into predetermined shapes. It no longer has to carry the impossible responsibility of controlling everything. The energy once spent resisting reality becomes available for living within reality. And that changes everything. You begin to experience life more directly, without constant comparison to how it was supposed to be, without endless disappointment over unmet expectations, without the hidden tension of demanding certainty from an uncertain world. The nervous system gradually learns a new way of existing, a softer way, a steadier way, a way rooted in acceptance rather than resistance. And as those unfinished expectations begin to loosen their grip, something unexpected happens. The mind grows quieter, the body grows lighter, the heart grows calmer. Because peace was never hiding inside perfect outcomes, it was hiding beneath the expectations that kept arguing with reality. And when those expectations finally begin to dissolve, the nervous system discovers another layer of rest it has been seeking all along. The more expectations dissolve, the more clearly another truth begins to emerge. Life is unfinished, always has been, always will be, and much of the tension people carry comes from refusing to accept that reality. The mind wants conclusions, it wants certainty, it wants everything neatly explained and fully resolved, but life rarely operates that way. Instead, it leaves questions unanswered, conversations unfinished, dreams incomplete, relationships unresolved. And for many people, the nervous system spends years fighting against this simple fact. There is something deeply uncomfortable about not knowing how things will turn out, not knowing why something happened, not knowing whether a decision was right, not knowing what comes next. The mind treats uncertainty as a problem to solve. It searches constantly for closure, for explanations, for guarantees, for final answers. And when those answers do not arrive, tension begins to build. A person may replay an old relationship for years, trying to understand exactly what went wrong. They may revisit a painful loss again and again, searching for meaning. They may obsess over future decisions, desperate to know whether everything will work out. The nervous system becomes trapped in a cycle of mental searching, always looking, always analyzing, always attempting to finish what life has left unfinished. But there is a hidden cost to this. The search itself becomes exhausting, because some questions simply do not have immediate answers. Some experiences require time. Some lessons reveal themselves slowly. Some endings remain incomplete, and some mysteries never fully resolve. The Stoics understood that one of the greatest sources of suffering is the demand for certainty in a world built upon uncertainty. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that life unfolds according to forces larger than individual understanding. He recognized that not everything needed to be fully explained before it could be accepted. This perspective creates tremendous relief for the nervous system, because it removes an impossible responsibility, the responsibility of figuring everything out. Many people carry the unconscious belief that peace will finally arrive once they understand everything, once they find the answer, once they receive closure, once they gain certainty. But peace keeps moving further away because certainty itself remains elusive. The mind becomes trapped in an endless pursuit. One answer leads to another question. One explanation reveals another mystery. One certainty eventually becomes uncertainty again. Life continues changing. The future remains unknown. The search never ends. At some point, the nervous system begins to realize that waiting for complete certainty is like waiting for the ocean to stop moving. It may never happen, and that realization can be surprisingly liberating because it allows a person to stop postponing peace. So many people tell themselves invisible stories. I will relax when I know what is going to happen. I will feel better when I get closure. I will rest when I finally understand. But life quietly responds with uncertainty. And years pass. The Stoics offered another way. Instead of demanding certainty, they practiced trust, not blind optimism, not wishful thinking, but trust in their ability to meet whatever arrived. This shifts the focus completely. The mind no longer needs guarantees about the future. It only needs confidence in its capacity to respond. That confidence calms the nervous system, because fear often comes not from uncertainty itself, but from doubting our ability to handle uncertainty. When trust grows, uncertainty loses much of its power. You begin to realize that you have survived countless unknowns already. There were moments in your life when you had no answers, no clear path, no certainty, yet somehow you moved forward. Somehow you adapted. Somehow you endured. The nervous system carries this wisdom, even when the mind forgets it. There is also a deeper form of incompleteness that many people resist. The incompleteness of personal growth. People often believe they should have everything figured out by now. They should be wiser, stronger, more healed, more confident, more peaceful. And because they are not where they expected to be, they become frustrated with themselves. The nervous system absorbs this frustration. It turns growth into pressure, healing into another achievement, self-improvement into another race. But life is not a project that gets finished. Growth is not a destination. You are not a machine being assembled. You are a living human being constantly evolving. The Stoics understood this. They never expected perfection. They expected practice. Each day was another opportunity to learn, another opportunity to improve, another opportunity to return to wisdom after drifting away from it. This mindset creates tremendous emotional space. You no longer need to become perfect before you allow yourself peace. You no longer need complete healing before you feel whole. You no longer need every loose end tied together before you rest. The nervous system begins relaxing because it stops carrying impossible expectations. It stops demanding completion from an unfinished life. It stops demanding certainty from an uncertain world. It stops demanding closure from experiences that may never fully close. And in that surrender, something beautiful begins to happen. The mind becomes quieter. The constant search slows down. The endless need for answers softens. You begin to sit comfortably beside questions that once disturbed you. You begin to walk forward without needing to see the entire path. You begin to trust life without fully understanding it. This is one of the deepest forms of rest available to the human nervous system. The realization that not everything needs to be solved today. Not everything needs to be explained. Not everything needs to be finished. Some things can remain open. Some things can remain uncertain. Some things can remain incomplete. And life can still be beautiful. In fact, it is often within that incompleteness that the greatest wisdom quietly appears. The moment you stop demanding that life provide all the answers, you finally create space to experience the life that is already unfolding in front of you. And for the nervous system, that surrender feels less like giving up and more like finally coming home. The more comfortable you become with life's uncertainty, the more another hidden source of tension begins to reveal itself. A source of tension so common that many people spend their entire lives carrying it without question. The belief that people should be better than they are. The belief that you should be better than you are. And beneath that belief sits a quiet exhaustion that constantly drains the nervous system. Because whenever reality fails to meet impossible standards, disappointment follows. When people make mistakes, disappointment appears. When relationships become complicated, disappointment appears. When you fall short of your own expectations, disappointment appears. The nervous system becomes trapped in a cycle of frustration because it keeps demanding perfection from an imperfect world. And that is a battle no one can win. There is a hidden form of suffering that comes from expecting yourself to never struggle. Many people carry an image of who they think they should be. They should always be patient, always confident, always disciplined, always calm, always strong. always in control. Whenever they fail to live up to this image, they attack themselves, they replay mistakes, they criticize their weaknesses, they compare themselves to impossible ideals. Instead of learning from their humanity, they punish themselves for having it. The nervous system feels every one of these attacks because self-criticism is not simply a mental habit. It is an emotional stressor. The body responds to harsh self-judgment the same way it responds to many external threats. Tension increases, stress rises, rest becomes difficult. Many people believe self-criticism motivates growth, but often it creates the opposite effect. It drains energy. It creates fear of failure. It turns learning into punishment. The Stoics understood that wisdom begins with honesty, not perfection. Marcus Aurelius did not expect himself to become flawless overnight. He expected himself to practice. Again and again, day after day, he understood that being human meant making mistakes. Being human meant becoming distracted. Being human meant falling short at times. What mattered was returning to the path whenever you noticed you had wandered. This creates a completely different relationship with growth. Instead of demanding perfection, you allow progress. Instead of expecting flawlessness, you allow learning. Instead of attacking yourself, you guide yourself. The nervous system relaxes because growth no longer feels like a courtroom. It becomes a classroom, and that difference changes everything. But impossible standards do not stop with ourselves. We often place them on others as well. Many people carry silent expectations about how people should behave. Friends should never disappoint. Partners should always understand. Family members should always be supportive. Co-workers should always be fair. Strangers should always be reasonable. Yet reality constantly reminds us that people are complicated. They have fears, they have blind spots. They have wounds, they have bad days, they make mistakes. When we refuse to accept this, we create endless frustration. The nervous system becomes trapped in repeated disappointment because it keeps expecting people to act beyond their human limitations. The Stoics prepared themselves differently. They did not expect perfection from others, they expected humanity. This did not make them cynical, it made them realistic. And realism is surprisingly peaceful. When you understand that people will sometimes misunderstand you, you stop being shocked when it happens. When you understand that people will occasionally disappoint you, disappointment loses some of its sting. When you understand that everyone is carrying struggles you cannot see, compassion becomes easier than anger. Epictetus often encouraged people to remember that others act according to their understanding of the world. Sometimes that understanding is limited. Sometimes it is confused. Sometimes it is influenced by fear. Recognizing this does not excuse harmful behavior, but it does reduce unnecessary emotional suffering. Because the nervous system no longer spends its energy demanding that imperfect people become perfect. One of the deepest forms of rest comes from releasing the fantasy that everyone must behave exactly as we wish. The truth is that every person is fighting battles we know nothing about. Some are carrying grief. Some are carrying insecurity. Some are carrying loneliness. Some are carrying pain that has never been spoken aloud. When viewed through this lens, many frustrations begin to soften. Judgment gives way to understanding. Resentment gives way to perspective. Anger gives way to patience. And the nervous system benefits from every one of these shifts. Because understanding creates calm where resistance creates tension. Perhaps the greatest gift of accepting imperfection is that it allows love to become more realistic. You stop loving idealized versions of people. You start loving actual people. You stop demanding perfection from yourself. You start appreciating your humanity. You stop measuring life against impossible standards. You start engaging with reality as it is. This does not lower your values. It simply removes unnecessary suffering. You can still strive to grow. You can still encourage others to improve. You can still pursue excellence. But you no longer make peace dependent on perfection. And that changes the entire experience of life. The nervous system begins to feel safer, softer, less guarded, less demanding, less overwhelmed, because it no longer has to carry the impossible burden of making everything flawless. The Stoics understood something that many people spend decades trying to learn. Peace does not come from perfect people. Peace does not come from a perfect version of yourself. Peace comes from accepting reality while continuing to grow within it. And when that acceptance finally settles into the heart, a profound rest begins to emerge. A rest that comes from no longer fighting human nature. A rest that comes from allowing yourself and others to simply be human. And for the nervous system, that acceptance feels like setting down a weight it was never meant to carry. The more you accept human imperfection, the less energy you waste fighting reality. But even after releasing unrealistic expectations and impossible standards, there is another habit that quietly keeps the nervous system trapped in tension. A habit so common that most people mistake it for preparation. They believe it is helping them. They believe it is protecting them. They believe it is making them ready for the future. Yet in many cases, it is simply exhausting them. It is the habit of mental rehearsal. There is a curious thing the mind loves to do when left alone. It starts holding conversations that have not happened. It starts defending itself against people who are not present. It starts preparing responses to questions that have never been asked. It starts replaying future scenarios as though they are already unfolding. A person sits quietly in their room, yet inside their mind, an entire debate is taking place. Someone imagines a difficult conversation with a co-worker. Someone prepares for a disagreement with a family member. Someone rehearses a future explanation. Someone practices a speech. Someone predicts criticism and begins defending themselves before a single word has been spoken. Hours can disappear this way. Days can disappear this way. Entire years can disappear this way. And what makes this habit so dangerous is that it often feels productive. The mind says, "I am preparing." The nervous system hears, "Danger is coming." Every rehearsal sends a signal. Something is wrong. Something is coming. Be ready. Stay alert. Do not relax. The body responds accordingly. The heart speeds up. The muscles tighten. The breath becomes shallower. Stress hormones begin circulating. Yet the conversation has not happened. The disagreement has not occurred. The challenge has not arrived. Only the anticipation exists. This is why mental rehearsal creates invisible stress. The body experiences tension while reality remains completely unchanged. The nervous system pays the emotional cost of an event that may never happen. Many people spend more time preparing for imagined conversations than they spend having real ones. They construct elaborate scenarios. They predict every possible response. They build entire arguments. Then reality unfolds differently anyway. The rehearsal was unnecessary, but the stress it created was real. Seneca understood this tendency deeply. He observed how often human beings suffer from imagined troubles, not actual events. Imagined ones. The mind becomes a theater where future problems are endlessly performed. The nervous system sits in the audience, reacting to every scene as though it were reality. What makes this cycle particularly exhausting is that there is never a final rehearsal. The mind always wants one more scenario, one more possibility, one more preparation, one more argument. The person believes that peace will arrive once they are fully prepared. But complete preparation never arrives. The future remains uncertain. The rehearsals continue. The nervous system remains trapped in vigilance. The Stoics offered a radically different approach. Rather than preparing for every possible outcome, they focused on strengthening their character. This is a profound distinction. Most people prepare for events. The Stoics prepared themselves. They understood that life contains too many variables to control. You cannot predict every conversation. You cannot anticipate every challenge. You cannot script every interaction. But you can develop qualities that travel with you into every situation. Wisdom, patience, courage, self-control. These qualities do not require endless rehearsal. They require practice in the present moment. Marcus Aurelius did not spend his life obsessively planning every future difficulty. Instead, he worked on becoming the kind of person who could handle difficulty when it arrived. That mindset transforms everything, because suddenly the focus shifts away from controlling the future. The focus becomes strengthening the present self. This creates enormous relief for the nervous system. It no longer needs to simulate every possible disaster. It no longer needs to constantly prepare defenses. It no longer needs to solve problems that do not exist. It can trust its own capacity to respond when the moment arrives. Trust is the antidote to endless rehearsal. When you trust yourself, you do not need to endlessly prepare. You know you will find words when words are needed. You know you will make decisions when decisions are required. You know you will adapt when circumstances change. This trust quiets the mind. The endless imaginary conversations begin to lose their grip. The nervous system receives a message it rarely hears. You do not have to be ready for everything. You only have to be present for what is here now. There is another hidden cost to mental rehearsal. It steals life from the present moment. While the mind is busy practicing tomorrow, it misses today. While it is arguing with imaginary people, it ignores real relationships. While it is preparing future responses, it misses current experiences. Life quietly passes by, while the mind is trapped in simulations. The Stoics repeatedly brought attention back to the present because they understood a simple truth. The present moment is the only place where life actually exists. Not in imagined conversations, not in hypothetical conflicts, not in future arguments. Only here, only now. And when attention finally returns to the present, something remarkable begins to happen. The mental noise starts fading. The imaginary debates lose momentum. The rehearsed speeches become less important. The nervous system gradually realizes that it no longer has to stand guard every moment of every day. It can rest. It can breathe. It can release its grip on futures that have not arrived, because most of the battles taking place inside the mind were never real battles to begin with. They were rehearsals, and the moment you stop performing them, you step out of a prison you may not have realized you were living in. A prison built from anticipation. A prison built from imagined conversations. A prison built from the belief that constant preparation creates safety. The Stoics understood that true safety comes from something deeper, not from rehearsing life, but from trusting yourself enough to live it when it arrives. And when that trust finally settles into the nervous system, a profound stillness begins to emerge. A stillness that feels less like preparation and more like freedom. The moment you stop rehearsing every future conversation, another surprising discovery begins to emerge. The problem was never only the future. The problem was the relationship you had with your own thoughts. Because even when the room is quiet, even when there is no conflict, even when nothing urgent is happening, the mind often continues moving, thought after thought, story after story, worry after worry. And most people spend their entire lives believing they must follow every single one. A thought appears. They chase it. Another appears. They chase that one too. A memory surfaces. They follow it. A fear arrives. They follow that as well. The mind becomes like a person running through a crowded marketplace, stopping at every voice that calls their name. By the end of the day, they are exhausted, not because life demanded so much energy, but because they gave their attention to everything. This is one of the least understood causes of nervous system fatigue, the constant habit of following every thought wherever it leads. Most people never question this process. A thought appears and immediately becomes reality. A worry appears and immediately becomes important. A fear appears and immediately becomes believable. An insecurity appears and immediately becomes personal. The nervous system responds accordingly. If the thought is frightening, the body becomes tense. If the thought is angry, the body becomes agitated. If the thought is anxious, the body becomes restless. The body follows wherever the mind leads. This is why a single thought can affect an entire day, not because the thought itself is powerful, but because it was followed. The Stoics understood something remarkably important. A thought is not an instruction. A thought is not a command. A thought is not necessarily the truth. It is simply a mental event, something appearing within awareness. Yet most people treat every thought as if it deserves immediate attention. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to examine impressions before accepting them. This may sound simple, but it changes everything. Instead of automatically believing a thought, he paused. Instead of immediately reacting, he observed. Instead of surrendering his peace to every mental impulse, he questioned it. This created space, and space is exactly what the nervous system needs, because suffering often begins the moment a thought appears, then expands because we attach ourselves to it. Consider how quickly this happens. A thought arises. What if something goes wrong? A few seconds later, the mind has built an entire disaster. Another thought appears. They probably do not respect me. Soon, an imaginary story develops around rejection. Another thought appears. I should be further ahead in life. Now comparison, regret, and self-judgment enter the room. The original thought was small. The suffering came from following it. This is why learning to observe thoughts becomes so powerful. Observation creates distance. Distance creates freedom. Freedom creates peace. When you begin observing thoughts instead of chasing them, something extraordinary happens. You realize that many thoughts come and go on their own, like clouds passing through the sky, like leaves floating down a river. They arrive, they stay briefly, they leave. The problem was never their presence. The problem was grabbing hold of them every time they appeared. The nervous system relaxes when it no longer feels responsible for engaging with every thought. Imagine sitting beside a road and watching cars pass. You do not jump into every vehicle. You do not chase every driver. You simply watch. Thoughts can be treated the same way. Some are useful, some are meaningless, some are wise, some are completely irrational. But they can all be observed. Not every thought deserves your participation. This realization feels almost revolutionary because many people have spent decades trapped inside mental noise. They assume that peace requires stopping thoughts entirely. The Stoics knew better. The goal is not to eliminate thinking. The goal is to stop becoming enslaved by it. Thoughts will continue appearing. The human mind naturally produces them. What changes is your relationship to them. Instead of being pulled in every direction, you remain centered. Instead of reacting automatically, you become aware. Instead of becoming lost inside mental stories, you stay connected to reality. Epictetus taught that people are disturbed not by things themselves, but by the judgments they form about them. That teaching points directly to this truth. Events happen. Thoughts arise about those events. Then judgments are created. Most suffering enters through the judgment, not the event. Learning to observe this process weakens its power. You begin noticing thoughts without becoming them. You begin hearing worries without obeying them. You begin witnessing fears without surrendering to them. And each time you do, the nervous system receives a powerful message. You are safe. You do not have to react. You do not have to follow every mental path. You do not have to believe every story the mind tells. This creates a profound form of rest, because much of mental exhaustion comes from constant involvement, constant engagement, constant chasing. The mind says something, and immediately attention follows. The Stoics practiced something different. They developed the ability to pause, to step back, to look at their thoughts rather than from them. That small shift changes the entire inner world. Suddenly, thoughts become visitors instead of masters. They become passing weather instead of permanent reality. The nervous system no longer feels trapped inside every mental storm. It learns that awareness itself is stable. Thoughts move. Awareness remains. Thoughts change. Awareness remains. Thoughts rise and fall. Awareness remains. And within that realization lies a remarkable kind of peace. A peace that does not depend on controlling the mind. A peace that comes from no longer being controlled by it. The ancient Stoics understood that freedom begins the moment you stop running after every thought that appears. Because not every thought deserves your attention. Not every fear deserves your energy. Not every story deserves your belief. And when you finally learn to sit quietly and watch them pass, the nervous system discovers a stillness that has been there all along, patiently waiting beneath the noise. The more you learn to observe your thoughts instead of chasing them, the more clearly you begin to notice something that has been hiding beneath nearly every form of mental exhaustion. A struggle. Not a struggle with life itself, but a struggle against life. A quiet resistance that runs through the background of the mind. And for many people, this resistance never stops. It is there when things do not go according to plan. It is there when people behave differently than expected. It is there when emotions appear that they do not want to feel. It is there when reality refuses to cooperate with their preferences. And this is one of the reasons most people never truly rest. Because rest is impossible when the mind is constantly arguing with what already exists. There is a common misunderstanding about rest. Most people think rest simply means stopping activity, taking a vacation, sleeping longer, lying on a couch, stepping away from responsibilities. While these things can certainly help, they often fail to address the deeper issue. A person can spend an entire weekend doing nothing and still feel exhausted. A person can sleep for 10 hours and wake up tired. A person can sit in complete silence and still feel internally overwhelmed. Why? Because the nervous system is not only responding to physical activity, it is responding to psychological activity. And one of the most exhausting forms of psychological activity is resistance. Resistance happens whenever reality says one thing and the mind says another. Reality says, "This is happening." The mind says, "This should not be happening." Reality says, "This person made a mistake." The mind says, "They should know better." Reality says, "Things have changed." The mind says, "I want them to stay the same." Reality says, "This chapter is over." The mind says, "I am not ready." This constant inner conflict creates tremendous strain. The nervous system receives mixed signals. One part of the mind is confronting reality. Another part is fighting it. The result is chronic tension, not because reality is always painful, but because resistance turns pain into suffering. The Stoics understood this deeply. They recognized that much of human exhaustion comes from trying to control things that cannot be controlled. Not only external events, but reality itself. And reality has never negotiated with anyone. It simply is. The weather changes. People leave. Circumstances shift. Bodies age. Plans fail. Unexpected events occur. Life continues unfolding according to forces far larger than personal preference. When the mind accepts this, the nervous system begins to relax. When the mind fights this, the nervous system remains activated. Many people live as though acceptance means weakness. They believe accepting reality means approving of everything. But the Stoics knew better. Acceptance is not approval. Acceptance is recognition. It is seeing clearly what is already true. A doctor cannot treat an illness until they first acknowledge it. A traveler cannot navigate a road until they first recognize where they are. Likewise, a person cannot find peace while refusing to acknowledge reality. The nervous system thrives on clarity. It struggles under denial. Every time we resist reality, we create additional layers of tension. The original difficulty may be manageable. The resistance multiplies it. A loss occurs. Pain appears naturally. Then resistance arrives. This should not have happened. Now suffering grows. A mistake is made. Disappointment appears naturally. Then resistance arrives. I should have been perfect. Now suffering deepens. A difficult emotion surfaces. Sadness, fear, or grief emerges. Then resistance arrives. I should not feel this way. Now the nervous system is not only carrying the emotion, it is carrying a battle against the emotion. This is where chronic activation often begins. The nervous system becomes trapped in endless conflict, not only with circumstances, but with thoughts, with emotions, with memories, with uncertainty, with reality itself. And because reality never fully submits to our demands, the struggle continues, day after day, year after year. The Stoics offered a profoundly different approach. Instead of fighting reality, they practiced cooperation with reality. Not passive resignation, not helpless surrender, but intelligent acceptance. They focused their energy on responding wisely, rather than resisting endlessly. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself to welcome events as part of life's natural unfolding. This mindset reduced friction, and friction is often what exhausts the nervous system most. Think about holding a heavy object. The longer you grip it, the more tired your muscles become. Psychological resistance works the same way. The longer you resist reality, the more exhausted the nervous system becomes. Eventually, people become tired without understanding why. Not because life is unusually difficult, but because they are fighting every moment of it. Fighting the past, fighting the present, fighting uncertainty, fighting change, fighting themselves. What makes this especially tragic is that many people do it so automatically they no longer notice it. Resistance becomes a lifestyle. Stress becomes normal. Tension becomes familiar. They forget what true relaxation feels like. Then one day, something changes. They stop arguing, not because every problem disappears, but because they stop demanding that reality be different before they allow themselves peace. And suddenly, the nervous system receives a message it has been waiting years to hear. The fight is over. You do not have to win an argument against reality. You do not have to force life into a different shape. You do not have to resist every uncomfortable truth. You can meet this moment as it is. You can allow reality to exist without declaring war on it. And in that moment, something remarkable happens. The body softens, the breath deepens, the mind quiets. The nervous system begins releasing tension it has carried for far too long, because true rest was never simply the absence of activity, it was the absence of resistance. And when resistance finally loosens its grip, even for a moment, the nervous system experiences something it has been seeking all along. Not escape, not control, not certainty, but peace. The moment you stop fighting reality, another source of hidden tension becomes impossible to ignore. A tension that quietly follows people everywhere, into conversations, into relationships, into decisions, into dreams, into the smallest moments of everyday life, the tension of managing other people's opinions. For many people, this burden is so familiar that they mistake it for responsibility. They spend years carefully adjusting themselves to fit the expectations of others. They monitor reactions. They analyze expressions. They replay conversations. They worry about being misunderstood. They fear disappointing people. They fear being judged. And without realizing it, they slowly hand over control of their inner peace. Not to life, not to fate, but to the opinions of strangers, co-workers, friends, family members, and people they may never see again. This creates an exhausting way of living, because the nervous system never truly relaxes when it believes acceptance must constantly be earned. Every decision becomes a performance. Every conversation becomes an evaluation. Every action becomes a test. The mind starts asking endless questions. What will they think? Will they approve? Will they understand? Will they agree? Will they judge me? The problem is not that these questions occasionally arise. The problem is when they become the foundation of your life, because the moment your peace depends on approval, your freedom disappears. You begin living according to reactions rather than values. You begin choosing what will be accepted instead of what is true. You begin shaping yourself around other people's comfort instead of your own conscience. The nervous system pays a heavy price for this. Constant approval seeking creates constant uncertainty, because approval is unpredictable. One person praises you, another criticizes you, one group accepts you, another rejects you. One person understands your intentions, another completely misunderstands them. The mind becomes trapped in an impossible task, trying to control how everyone sees you, trying to manage every opinion, trying to maintain a perfect image, and that task never ends, because opinions belong to other people, not to you. The Stoics understood this with remarkable clarity. Epictetus taught that some things are within our control and some are not. Our choices are within our control. Our actions are within our control. Our character is within our control. But the opinions of others never are. Yet many people spend more energy managing what is outside their control than strengthening what is within it. The result is chronic tension. The nervous system remains alert because it is trying to solve an unsolvable problem. How do I make everyone approve of me? The answer is simple. You cannot. No one can. Not the wisest person, not the kindest person, not the most successful person, not even the most admired person. History is filled with extraordinary individuals who were loved by some and criticized by others. Marcus Aurelius himself ruled an empire and still faced criticism. If a Roman emperor could not escape judgment, neither can anyone else. This realization may seem uncomfortable at first, but it contains tremendous freedom, because the moment you accept that universal approval is impossible, you stop chasing it. And when you stop chasing it, the nervous system begins to rest. Think about how much energy people spend trying to avoid criticism. They stay silent when they should speak. They speak when they should remain silent. They change their opinions, hide their true feelings, suppress their authentic desires. all because they fear disapproval. But the irony is that no matter how much they adjust themselves, criticism eventually arrives anyway. Someone will misunderstand, someone will disagree, someone will judge, someone will be disappointed, not because you failed, but because that is simply part of being human. The Stoics recognize that trying to avoid all criticism is like trying to stop the wind. The effort itself becomes exhausting. Freedom begins when you stop organizing your life around that impossible goal. This does not mean becoming careless. It does not mean ignoring feedback. It does not mean refusing to learn from others. Wisdom still listens. Wisdom still reflects. Wisdom still grows. But wisdom no longer becomes enslaved by approval. There is a profound difference between considering opinions and depending on them. One creates growth, the other creates anxiety. The nervous system thrives when decisions are rooted in values rather than reactions. Because values remain stable, opinions constantly change. Today someone admires you. Tomorrow they criticize you. Today someone agrees with your choices. Tomorrow they question them. If your emotional state rises and falls with every opinion, peace becomes impossible. But when your decisions come from your principles, something changes. You stop needing constant reassurance. You stop constantly checking whether everyone approves. You stop carrying the exhausting responsibility of controlling how you are perceived. And suddenly, life becomes lighter. You can speak honestly without excessive fear. You can make decisions without endless second-guessing. You can pursue meaningful goals without requiring universal support. You can allow people to misunderstand you without feeling destroyed by it. This is one of the most liberating experiences a human being can have. The realization that your worth does not increase when someone praises you, and it does not decrease when someone criticizes you. Your value remains intact, independent of applause, independent of judgment, independent of approval. The Stoics built their lives around this understanding. They sought self-respect rather than popularity, integrity rather than admiration, character rather than reputation. Because they knew something many people spend decades trying to learn. The opinions of others are temporary visitors. Your relationship with yourself is permanent. When that truth finally settles into the heart, a tremendous burden begins to fall away. The nervous system no longer needs to monitor every reaction, no longer needs to manage every perception, no longer needs to earn permission to be itself. And in that freedom, something beautiful emerges, a quiet confidence, a steady calm, a deep sense of inner authority, the kind that does not need approval to exist, the kind that remains stable whether others praise you, criticize you, understand you, or completely misunderstand you. And that is where emotional liberation truly begins. The moment approval loses its authority over your decisions, peace finally gains its place within your life. The moment you stop allowing other people's opinions to control your decisions, a surprising amount of energy returns. Energy that was once spent monitoring reactions, energy that was spent managing impressions, energy that was spent worrying about acceptance. And as that energy returns, another important question begins to emerge. Where else am I wasting emotional energy? Because one of the greatest causes of nervous system exhaustion is not always major problems. It is often emotional overinvestment, caring deeply about things that add little value to your life, becoming emotionally attached to situations that deserve only a fraction of your attention, carrying burdens that were never yours to carry. The Stoics understood something that modern life often encourages us to forget. Not everything deserves an emotional reaction. Not everything deserves your concern. Not everything deserves a place in your inner world. Yet many people live as if every event deserves equal attention. Every opinion matters. Every disagreement matters. Every headline matters. Every criticism matters. Every inconvenience matters. Every mistake matters. The nervous system becomes overwhelmed because it is trying to emotionally process far more than it was designed to handle. This is where emotional minimalism becomes powerful, not because it makes life smaller, but because it makes life clearer. Emotional minimalism is the art of carefully choosing what deserves access to your emotional energy. It is learning that just because something enters your awareness does not mean it deserves your investment. A person makes a rude comment, you notice it, but you do not carry it for 3 days. Someone misunderstands you, you acknowledge it, but you do not build your entire week around correcting it. A minor inconvenience occurs. You adapt, but you do not turn it into a personal crisis. This sounds simple, yet most people do the opposite. They collect emotional burdens throughout the day like someone filling a backpack with stones. A frustrating email, into the backpack. A negative comment, into the backpack. A disappointing interaction, into the backpack. A piece of bad news, into the backpack. An old regret, into the backpack. By evening, they feel exhausted, not because life was unbearable, but because they carried everything. The nervous system struggles under this weight. It was never meant to treat every experience as equally important. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself to distinguish between what truly mattered and what did not. This is one of the foundations of emotional minimalism: discernment, the ability to recognize the difference between what deserves attention and what merely demands attention. These are not the same thing. Many things demand attention. Very few deserve it. The modern world constantly competes for emotional investment. News cycles, social media, arguments, controversies, opinions, outrage. The nervous system is repeatedly invited into emotional battles that provide no real value, and many people accept every invitation. They become emotionally invested in strangers, emotionally invested in conflicts that do not affect them, emotionally invested in problems they cannot solve. Over time, emotional fatigue becomes inevitable. The Stoics approached life differently. Before giving something their emotional energy, they asked an important question: is this within my control? If the answer was no, they became very cautious about how much emotional investment they offered. Not because they lacked compassion, not because they were indifferent, but because they understood that emotional energy is a limited resource. And like any valuable resource, it should be used wisely. This creates enormous relief for the nervous system. Imagine what happens when you stop carrying problems that belong to other people, when you stop replaying conversations that are already over, when you stop worrying about situations beyond your influence, when you stop absorbing every piece of negativity that crosses your path. Suddenly there is space, space to breathe, space to think clearly, space to focus on what truly matters. Another important aspect of emotional minimalism involves simplifying your relationship with outcomes. Many people become emotionally attached to dozens of possible futures. They need everything to go right. They need every plan to succeed. They need every person to cooperate. The nervous system becomes stretched across countless possibilities, but emotional minimalism gently pulls attention back. It asks a simple question: what actually deserves my emotional investment right now? Often the answer is much smaller than expected. The present task, the current conversation, the person sitting in front of you, the values you are trying to live by, the things within your influence. Everything else can wait. This simplicity creates calm, not because life becomes perfect, but because the mind stops trying to emotionally manage the entire universe. Epictetus understood this well. He taught that peace comes from focusing attention where it can actually make a difference. The nervous system relaxes when it stops scattering its energy across hundreds of unnecessary concerns. It becomes more grounded, more focused, more stable. Many people fear that emotional minimalism will make them less caring. The opposite is often true. When you stop wasting emotional energy on things that do not matter, you have more energy available for the things that do. More presence for loved ones, more patience during challenges, more compassion where it can truly help, more attention for meaningful work, more appreciation for ordinary moments. You stop spreading your emotional energy so thin that nothing receives your full attention. The Stoics knew that a peaceful life is not created by caring about everything. It is created by caring wisely, choosing carefully, investing intentionally, allowing some things to pass through your awareness without taking up residence in your heart. And as this practice deepens, the nervous system begins to experience a remarkable kind of relief. The relief of no longer carrying unnecessary weight. The relief of no longer reacting to every disturbance. The relief of knowing that your emotional energy is precious and deserves protection. Because true peace is not found by controlling everything around you. It is found by becoming selective about what you allow within you. And when that selectiveness becomes a way of life, the nervous system finally discovers something it has been craving for years: simplicity. And within that simplicity lies a level of rest that most people never realize is possible. The more selective you become with your emotional energy, the quieter your inner world begins to feel. Fewer unnecessary worries, fewer emotional burdens, fewer battles that never needed to be fought. And yet, when that quiet finally arrives, many people discover something unexpected. They do not know what to do with it. Because after years of noise, stimulation, distraction, and constant activity, silence can feel strangely uncomfortable. The phone comes out, the television turns on, music starts playing, notifications are checked. Something must fill the space. Something must occupy the mind. Something must keep stillness away, not because silence is dangerous, but because silence often reveals what noise has been hiding. There is a reason many people can sit in a crowded room for hours, but become restless after just a few minutes alone with their thoughts. Stillness removes distractions. And when distractions disappear, we come face to face with ourselves. The thoughts we have avoided, the emotions we have postponed, the questions we have ignored, the loneliness we have hidden beneath busyness. The nervous system often becomes dependent on stimulation because stimulation provides escape, not necessarily from life, but from direct contact with our inner world. Every distraction offers temporary relief. Every notification offers a brief interruption. Every piece of noise helps us avoid sitting fully with ourselves. But eventually, something remarkable begins to happen when we stop running. The discomfort starts teaching us. At first, silence can feel unfamiliar, almost like entering a room you have not visited in years. Everything feels strange, awkward, unsettling. The mind immediately searches for something to do, something to solve, something to think about, something to consume, anything except simply being present. The Stoics understood this tendency. They knew that many people spend their entire lives escaping themselves. They move from one distraction to another, one desire to another, one goal to another, never stopping long enough to become acquainted with their own minds. Marcus Aurelius often withdrew into moments of reflection, not because he wanted to escape life, but because he wanted to understand himself more clearly. He recognized that stillness was not emptiness. It was insight. It was a return to awareness, a return to perspective, a return to what truly mattered. The nervous system benefits enormously from these moments, because constant stimulation keeps the system activated. Even pleasurable stimulation requires processing, more information, more reactions, more engagement, more attention. The nervous system never gets an opportunity to settle completely. Silence offers something different. It offers nothing. And that is precisely why it is so valuable. For a nervous system that has spent years being pulled in every direction, nothing can be deeply healing, nothing to prove, nothing to chase, nothing to respond to. Nothing demanding immediate attention. At first, this can feel uncomfortable. Many people interpret the discomfort as a sign that something is wrong. In reality, the discomfort often comes from withdrawal. Withdrawal from constant stimulation. Withdrawal from endless distraction. Withdrawal from the habit of keeping the mind occupied every moment. The same way eyes need time to adjust when entering a dark room, the nervous system needs time to adjust when entering stillness. But if you remain there long enough, something begins to change. The restlessness softens. The urge to escape weakens. The silence becomes less threatening. Then something beautiful emerges. You begin noticing things that were previously buried beneath noise, the rhythm of your breathing, the sensation of being alive, the subtle movements of your thoughts, the simple presence of the moment itself. Things that once seemed ordinary suddenly feel profound. Not because they changed, but because your attention returned to them. Many people spend years searching for peace in new places, new achievements, new relationships, new experiences. The Stoics often searched somewhere else. They searched within, not because they believed external things were unimportant, but because they understood that peace cannot be permanently found outside a person who is uncomfortable being alone with themselves. If silence feels unbearable, no achievement will fully solve that problem. If stillness feels threatening, no amount of success will remove the discomfort. Eventually, we must learn to sit with ourselves, to listen, to observe, to remain present without immediately reaching for distraction. This practice gradually transforms the nervous system. The constant need for stimulation begins fading. The addiction to busyness loosens its grip. The urge to fill every empty moment becomes less powerful. You begin discovering something that many people overlook. Silence is not empty, it is full. Full of awareness, full of clarity, full of space, full of wisdom waiting to be heard. The Stoics understood that some of life's most important insights arrive quietly, not during chaos, not during constant activity, but during moments of stillness, moments when the mind is no longer drowning in noise, moments when attention finally settles, moments when you are simply present. This is why learning to be comfortable with silence is not merely a relaxation technique. It is a form of freedom. Freedom from the need for constant stimulation. Freedom from the fear of being alone with your thoughts. Freedom from the endless search for distractions. And as that freedom grows, the nervous system begins experiencing a deeper level of rest. A rest that does not depend on entertainment. A rest that does not depend on validation. A rest that does not depend on keeping the mind busy. Just the quiet experience of being. Being here, being now, being enough. And when silence finally stops feeling uncomfortable, it becomes something entirely different. It becomes a companion, a place of refuge, a place of renewal, a place where the nervous system remembers what it feels like to exist without pressure, without performance, and without noise. And within that stillness, a deeper peace begins to unfold. The longer you spend in silence, the more you begin noticing something fascinating. Much of the tension you carry is not coming from this moment. It is not coming from the room you are sitting in. It is not coming from what is happening right now. It is coming from places that do not exist, places the mind has created, places called tomorrow, next week, next year, the future. And for many people, this is where a tremendous amount of nervous system exhaustion begins. Because while the body lives in the present, the mind often lives somewhere else entirely. It races ahead, predicting, calculating, preparing, worrying, trying to solve problems that have not arrived, trying to control events that have not happened, trying to survive futures that exist only in imagination. And the strange thing is that most of these futures never come true, yet the stress they create is very real. A person lies awake at night imagining a conversation that never happens. They worry about a failure that never occurs. They prepare for rejection that never arrives. They fear a disaster that never materializes. The body pays the emotional price. The nervous system carries the tension. The heart beats faster. The muscles tighten. Sleep becomes difficult. All because of events that never become reality. This is one of the greatest paradoxes of human life. The mind has the ability to create suffering from experiences that do not exist. It can build entire worlds from possibility alone. And while this ability helped our ancestors survive dangers, it often creates unnecessary suffering in modern life. The Stoics understood this deeply. Seneca observed that people suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Thousands of years later, that observation remains astonishingly accurate. Think about how much of your life has been spent worrying about things that never happened. How many hours were consumed by fears that proved unnecessary? How many sleepless nights were devoted to futures that never arrived? If you could gather all those imagined problems into one place, you would probably discover that most of them were nothing more than shadows. Yet the nervous system experienced them as real threats. Because the body often responds to imagined danger the same way it responds to actual danger. The mind says something bad might happen. The nervous system hears danger. The mind creates a scenario. The body prepares for survival. The future becomes a source of chronic activation. Many people live this way for years. Their minds are constantly traveling ahead of reality. When things are going well, they worry about losing them. When opportunities appear, they worry about failure. When relationships are healthy, they worry about abandonment. When life becomes peaceful, they worry about what might disturb it. The future becomes an endless source of potential threats. And because potential threats are infinite, the nervous system never gets permission to fully relax. There is always another possibility. Another concern, another scenario, another problem waiting to be imagined. This creates a life where peace is constantly postponed. People tell themselves they will relax once they know everything will be okay. But certainty never arrives. The future remains unknown, and so the worrying continues. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly brought his attention back to the present moment. Not because the future did not matter, but because the future could not be lived today. Only this moment could. This is one of the most powerful lessons the Stoics offer. The future is handled one present moment at a time, not all at once, not months in advance, not through endless mental simulations. Life unfolds gradually. The mind wants to carry the entire future today. The nervous system was never designed for that burden. It was designed to respond to what is here, what is real, what is actually happening. When attention returns to the present, something remarkable happens. Many imagined problems disappear instantly, not because they have been solved, but because they were never here to begin with. They existed only as possibilities. The present moment often contains far less danger than the mind predicts. Right now, you may simply be breathing, sitting, listening, existing. Yet the mind can transform this peaceful moment into a battlefield by filling it with future fears. The Stoics interrupted this habit by returning again and again to reality. Not imagined reality, actual reality. What is happening now? What requires attention now? What is within my control now? These questions ground the nervous system. They bring it back from imagined futures into lived experience. And every time this happens, tension begins to loosen. Because the present moment is almost always smaller than the future the mind creates. A future may contain 1,000 imagined problems. The present moment contains only one moment, one breath, one step, one action, one opportunity to be here. This simplicity is healing. The nervous system finds safety in what is real. Not because reality is always easy, but because reality is manageable. Imaginary futures are endless. Reality is immediate. Reality can be met. Reality can be responded to. Reality can be lived. The future can only be imagined. And imagination, when left unchecked, often becomes a factory for unnecessary suffering. The deeper truth is that many people are not exhausted by life itself. They are exhausted by carrying dozens of futures at once. They are living tomorrow's fears today, next year's worries this week, possible disappointments before they exist. The nervous system bends under the weight of all these imagined timelines. The Stoics offered freedom from this burden, not by promising certainty, not by eliminating uncertainty, but by teaching a different relationship with uncertainty. A relationship rooted in trust. Trust that when tomorrow arrives, you will meet it. Trust that you have survived uncertainty before. Trust that life unfolds one moment at a time. And trust that this moment deserves your attention more than any imagined future ever will. Because the deepest peace is not found by controlling what has not happened. It is found by fully inhabiting what is happening now. And when the nervous system finally stops trying to live inside futures that never arrive, it discovers a profound truth. Most of the storms it feared were never coming. Most of the battles never occurred. Most of the suffering never became real. And all along, peace was waiting patiently in the only place it has ever existed. The present moment. The more you stop living inside imaginary futures, the more a powerful realization begins to emerge. Much of the suffering that exhausted you was not coming from reality. It was coming from resistance. Resistance to uncertainty. Resistance to change. Resistance to disappointment. Resistance to the fact that life refuses to follow a script. And this is where one of the greatest Stoic discoveries begins. The Stoics did not merely accept life. They turned acceptance into a daily healing practice, not a passive act, not resignation, not defeat, but a powerful form of inner alignment that calmed both the mind and the body. For many people, the word surrender feels uncomfortable. It sounds like giving up. It sounds like weakness. It sounds like losing. But the Stoics understood surrender very differently. To them, surrender was not giving up on life. It was giving up the war against reality. And those are two very different things. Think about how much energy is consumed every day fighting things that have already happened. A painful memory, a difficult conversation, an unexpected loss, a mistake, a change you did not want. The event itself may have lasted minutes, yet the resistance to it can continue for years. The mind keeps replaying it, arguing with it, wishing it had been different, demanding another outcome. Meanwhile, the nervous system remains trapped in a state of ongoing conflict. The event ends, the struggle remains. This is why acceptance is so healing. Acceptance ends the second battle, the battle after the event, the battle inside the mind. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced this form of surrender. He understood that every moment contains two options: fight reality or work with reality. One creates exhaustion, the other creates peace. Most people assume acceptance happens automatically, but the Stoics knew it was a skill, a discipline, a practice. Because the ego naturally wants control. It wants certainty. It wants guarantees. It wants life to unfold according to personal preference. When reality refuses, frustration appears. Acceptance interrupts that cycle. It says something simple but profound. This is what is happening. Not what should be happening. Not what I wish were happening. Not what I hoped would happen. This is what is happening. That statement creates clarity. And clarity is deeply calming to the nervous system, because confusion often comes from arguing with facts. A person loses something important. Reality says it is gone. The mind says it should still be here. Tension appears. A relationship changes. Reality says things are different now. The mind says things should go back. Tension appears. Life moves in one direction. The mind pulls in another. The nervous system becomes the rope in the middle of the struggle. The Stoics learned to release the rope, and something remarkable happened. The body relaxed. The mind softened. The struggle diminished. Not because life became easier, but because resistance became smaller. There is another layer to Stoic acceptance that many people overlook. It involves trusting the larger process of life, not understanding it completely, not controlling it, trusting it. This trust allowed them to stop demanding immediate answers. They understood that many events reveal their meaning only with time. A disappointment today may become wisdom later. A setback today may become growth later. A loss today may open a door that cannot yet be seen. The nervous system calms when it no longer demands instant understanding. Because uncertainty loses some of its power, the need to know everything begins fading. The need to control everything begins fading. The need to force outcomes begins fading. And as these needs fade, peace grows. Epictetus taught that suffering begins when we demand that life obey our preferences. This is why surrender becomes so liberating. Not because preferences disappear, but because they stop ruling us. You can still have hopes. You can still have goals. You can still work toward meaningful things. But your inner peace is no longer chained to specific outcomes. That distinction changes everything. The nervous system no longer has to monitor reality every second. It no longer has to panic when plans change. It no longer has to treat uncertainty as an emergency. Instead, it begins learning flexibility, and flexibility is one of the most healing qualities a person can develop. Consider a tree during a storm. The rigid branches often break. The flexible branches bend and survive. The Stoics cultivated this flexibility internally. When life shifted, they adapted. When circumstances changed, they adjusted. When difficulties appeared, they responded rather than resisted. This kept the nervous system from becoming trapped in chronic tension. Because flexibility creates flow, resistance creates friction, and friction is exhausting. Perhaps the deepest aspect of Stoic acceptance is the understanding that peace is available now. Not after everything is fixed. Not after every question is answered. Not after every problem disappears. Now, in this moment. Even with uncertainty present. Even with challenges present. Even with unfinished chapters present. This realization transforms the entire relationship with life. The nervous system stops waiting for perfection before allowing itself to rest. It stops postponing peace. It stops saying, "I will relax when everything is solved." Instead, It discovers that peace can exist alongside imperfection. Peace can exist alongside uncertainty. Peace can exist alongside unanswered questions. This is not passive surrender. It is intelligent surrender. The kind that frees energy once trapped in resistance. The kind that allows healing to begin. The kind that tells the nervous system something it has been longing to hear for years. You do not have to fight every moment. You do not have to control every outcome. You do not have to understand everything immediately. You can trust. You can allow. You can soften. And when that softening finally reaches the deepest layers of the mind and body, something extraordinary happens. The nervous system stops bracing against life. The heart stops racing towards certainty. The mind stops demanding explanations. And in that quiet surrender, a profound healing begins. Not because life has changed, but because your relationship with life has changed. And sometimes that is where the deepest rest of all is found. The deeper acceptance becomes, the more another hidden habit begins to reveal itself. A habit that quietly keeps countless nervous systems trapped in tension. The belief that everything must be resolved before peace is possible. Every question must be answered. Every conflict must be settled. Every loose end must be tied. Every mystery must be explained. Every chapter must be closed. Only then, the mind says, can I finally relax. But life rarely works this way. And perhaps one of the greatest forms of wisdom is learning to be at peace with that fact. There is a strange discomfort that arises whenever something remains unfinished. An unanswered message, a difficult conversation, a relationship that ended without explanation, a dream that never became reality, a question that remains unresolved. The mind immediately wants closure. It wants certainty. It wants completion. It wants a neat ending that makes everything make sense. And when that ending does not arrive, the nervous system often remains activated, waiting, searching, revisiting, replaying, hoping for one final answer, one final conversation, one final piece of understanding. Many people spend years carrying unresolved situations inside their minds, not because the situations themselves are still happening, but because the mind refuses to let them remain unfinished. It keeps returning to them, trying to complete them, trying to solve them, trying to extract certainty from something that may never provide it. The Stoics understood that this habit creates enormous suffering, because life is not a perfectly written story. Life does not always provide satisfying endings. Sometimes people leave without explanation. Sometimes opportunities disappear without warning. Sometimes answers never come. Sometimes understanding arrives years later. And sometimes it never arrives at all. The nervous system becomes exhausted when it keeps demanding closure from experiences that cannot provide it. Imagine carrying an open book everywhere you go. Every day you reread the unfinished pages. Every day you wonder how the story ends. Every day you search for missing chapters. Eventually the weight of the book becomes heavier than the mystery itself. This is what happens psychologically. The unresolved situation becomes less exhausting than the constant attempt to resolve it. Marcus Aurelius practiced a different approach. Instead of demanding completion, he learned to cooperate with uncertainty. He understood that some things remain unfinished. Not because life is unfair, but because incompleteness is part of life itself. This realization is surprisingly liberating because it removes a burden the nervous system was never meant to carry. The burden of finding closure everywhere. Many people believe peace comes after closure. The Stoics discovered something different. Peace often comes before closure. Sometimes peace arrives the moment you stop demanding answers, the moment you stop chasing explanations, the moment you stop waiting for life to provide a perfect ending, because waiting for closure can become another form of resistance. Resistance to what is, resistance to uncertainty, resistance to incompleteness. And as we have seen, resistance always creates tension. One of the deepest forms of suffering comes from believing that understanding is necessary before healing can begin. Many people tell themselves, "Once I know why this happened, I can move on. Once I understand what they meant, I can let go. Once I get an explanation, I can finally find peace." Years pass. The explanation never arrives. Meanwhile, life continues waiting. The Stoics would ask a simple question. What if peace does not require the answer? What if healing can begin before understanding arrives? What if your freedom no longer depends on receiving information that may never come? These questions change everything, because they shift power back to the present moment. The nervous system no longer remains hostage to unresolved situations. It no longer postpones rest. It no longer waits for permission to heal. Instead, it learns a difficult but beautiful lesson. Not everything unfinished needs to be finished. Some experiences are meant to teach acceptance rather than certainty. Some chapters are meant to remain open. Some questions are meant to remain unanswered. Not forever, perhaps, but long enough for wisdom to emerge. There is also a deeper truth hidden here. Life itself is unfinished. No one reaches a point where everything is resolved. There will always be unanswered questions, uncertain futures, incomplete goals, relationships still evolving, lessons still unfolding, growth still happening. The person who waits for total completion before allowing peace will wait forever. The Stoics recognized this reality and adapted accordingly. They stopped making peace dependent on completion. Instead, they learned to rest in the middle of unfolding circumstances, to remain calm while the story was still being written, to trust life even when they could not see the ending. This trust is profoundly healing for the nervous system, because it removes the constant pressure to figure everything out, to solve everything, to complete everything, to understand everything immediately. The mind begins relaxing because it no longer has to force resolution. It can simply allow uncertainty, allow unfinished chapters, allow unanswered questions, allow life to unfold at its own pace. And as this skill develops, something remarkable happens. The nervous system becomes lighter, the endless searching slows down, the obsessive need for closure softens. The mind stops standing at locked doors demanding entry. Instead, it turns toward the life that is still open, the opportunities that still exist, the present moment that is still available, because peace was never hiding inside the perfect ending. Peace was hiding inside your willingness to continue living without one. And when you finally stop demanding that every chapter close before you move forward, you discover one of the rarest forms of freedom. The freedom to leave some things unresolved. The freedom to let some questions remain unanswered. The freedom to trust that not everything needs completion in order for life to remain beautiful. And in that freedom, the nervous system discovers a profound kind of rest. Not because everything is finished, but because you finally stop needing it to be. The more comfortable you become leaving certain things unresolved, the more another hidden habit begins to reveal itself. A habit so automatic that most people do not even realize they are doing it. They are constantly assigning meaning to every event, every comment, every delay, every mistake, every silence, every disappointment. The mind rarely allows something to simply happen. Instead, it immediately begins creating explanations, stories, interpretations, conclusions. And while this may seem harmless, it quietly drains enormous amounts of energy from the nervous system, because many people are not only experiencing life, they are constantly analyzing life. A friend does not reply to a message. The mind immediately creates meaning. Maybe they are upset with me. Maybe I said something wrong. Maybe they no longer care. A meeting gets cancelled. The mind creates meaning. Maybe I am being overlooked. Maybe something bad is happening. Maybe I am not valued. Someone appears distant. The mind creates meaning. They must be disappointed in me. They must be judging me. They must have changed their feelings. The event itself may be simple, but the interpretation transforms it into something much larger. And often the interpretation has little connection to reality. This is one of the great sources of unnecessary suffering. Not what happened, but the meaning assigned to what happened. The Stoics understood that human beings rarely react to events directly. They react to the stories they create about those events. Epictetus spoke about this repeatedly. He taught that events themselves are often neutral. What disturbs us is the judgment we place upon them. This insight is incredibly important because it reveals something most people never notice. The nervous system is often reacting to interpretations rather than facts. The fact might be simple. A person did not call. A plan changed. A mistake occurred. A door closed. But the mind immediately begins building narratives. The fact becomes buried beneath assumptions. The story becomes more powerful than reality, and the nervous system responds to the story. This creates a life filled with invisible exhaustion, because interpretation never stops. The mind is constantly explaining, constantly predicting, constantly assigning meaning. It becomes like a machine that cannot turn itself off. Every event becomes a puzzle. Every interaction becomes evidence. Every experience becomes something to analyze. Eventually, the nervous system becomes overloaded. Not because life is overwhelming, but because the mind refuses to leave anything alone. Marcus Aurelius practiced something remarkably different. He repeatedly reminded himself to see things as they are, not as fear presents them, not as insecurity presents them, not as imagination presents them, simply as they are. This sounds deceptively simple, but it is a profound discipline. Consider how much suffering disappears when you remove unnecessary interpretation. Someone does not reply to a message. Instead of creating a story, you simply acknowledge the fact. They have not replied. Nothing more. Someone criticizes you. Instead of building an entire narrative around rejection, you simply acknowledge what happened. A criticism was offered. Nothing more. A plan changes unexpectedly. Instead of seeing it as evidence that everything is falling apart, you simply recognize reality. Plans changed. Nothing more. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer has to carry dozens of imagined meanings. It only has to deal with reality. And reality is often far simpler than the stories we tell ourselves. One of the reasons interpretation becomes so exhausting is because it is often fueled by fear. Fear dislikes uncertainty. It wants explanations immediately. Even inaccurate explanations feel safer than not knowing. So the mind rushes to fill in the blanks. Someone is quiet. Fear creates a story. Something goes wrong. Fear creates another story. An outcome remains uncertain. Fear creates 10 more stories. Most of these stories are wrong. Yet the nervous system experiences the stress anyway. It suffers from possibilities rather than realities. The Stoics developed the rare ability to pause before interpreting, to create space between an event and the meaning assigned to it. That space is incredibly powerful, because within that space, wisdom has a chance to speak. Without that space, fear often speaks first, and fear is rarely a reliable narrator. There is another hidden problem with constant interpretation. It pulls attention away from direct experience. Instead of living life, people become commentators on life. Instead of experiencing a moment, they analyze the moment. Instead of seeing reality, they see their explanation of reality. The nervous system becomes disconnected from what is actually happening. It becomes trapped inside mental stories, and stories require constant energy to maintain. This is why simplicity becomes so healing. Not every event needs an explanation. Not every silence needs interpretation. Not every setback contains a hidden message. Not every inconvenience is a sign. Sometimes a delayed response is simply a delayed response. Sometimes a mistake is simply a mistake. Sometimes a difficult day is simply a difficult day. The Stoics understood that reality becomes lighter when we stop burdening it with unnecessary meanings. Life does not become perfect, but it becomes clearer. And clarity is deeply calming. The nervous system loves clarity. It struggles under confusion. It struggles under endless speculation. It struggles under narratives that grow larger than reality itself. The more you release the need to interpret everything, the more peaceful life becomes. Not because uncertainty disappears, but because you stop trying to immediately convert uncertainty into stories. You become comfortable not knowing, comfortable observing, comfortable waiting for reality to reveal itself. And this patience creates a remarkable form of rest. A rest that comes from no longer analyzing every detail. A rest that comes from allowing some things to simply be what they are. A rest that comes from realizing that life does not require constant explanation to be lived fully. And as this burden begins to fall away, the nervous system experiences another layer of freedom. The freedom of no longer turning every moment into a mystery that must be solved. The freedom of seeing reality before interpretation. The freedom of letting life unfold without constantly assigning meaning to every step. And within that freedom, a deeper calm quietly begins to take root. The more you release the need to interpret everything, the more clearly you begin to see another source of hidden suffering. Not reality itself, not circumstances, not other people, but the expectations you quietly place on life. Expectations that often seem reasonable, expectations that seem harmless, until they become the source of endless disappointment. Because many people are not exhausted by what happens. They are exhausted by what they thought should have happened. Life was supposed to go differently. People were supposed to behave differently. Success was supposed to arrive sooner. Relationships were supposed to last longer. The future was supposed to be easier. And every time reality fails to match those expectations, the nervous system pays the price. This creates a subtle emotional roller coaster. A person feels hopeful when life matches their expectations, then frustrated when it does not. Excited when things unfold according to plan, then disappointed when they change direction. Their peace rises and falls with reality's willingness to cooperate, and reality is rarely interested in cooperating. This is why so many people feel emotionally exhausted. Not because life is always difficult, but because they are constantly comparing reality to an imagined version of reality. The gap between the two becomes a source of suffering. The Stoics discovered something that seems almost backwards at first. They found freedom by expecting less, not because they became negative, not because they stopped caring, not because they abandoned hope, but because they stopped making emotional demands of life. This is a very different thing. Many people hear the phrase, "expect less," and immediately think of pessimism. They imagine lowering standards, giving up dreams, settling for less. The Stoics meant none of these things. They were talking about releasing entitlement, releasing the belief that life owes us specific outcomes, releasing the assumption that reality must behave according to our preferences. Marcus Aurelius understood that much of suffering comes from expecting the world to operate differently than it does. People will make mistakes. Plans will change. Losses will occur. Unexpected events will arise. The future will remain uncertain. None of these things are personal attacks. They are simply part of life. The nervous system relaxes when it stops treating normal human experiences as shocking betrayals. Think about how much frustration comes from expectations. A person expects everyone to appreciate their efforts. When appreciation does not come, resentment appears. A person expects every relationship to remain unchanged. When change arrives, suffering appears. A person expects life to be consistently fair. When unfairness appears, anger follows. The pain often comes less from the event and more from the expectation attached to it. This is why expecting less can feel surprisingly liberating, because it reduces unnecessary collisions with reality. You stop demanding guarantees. You stop demanding certainty. You stop demanding perfect outcomes, and in doing so, you create more room for peace. The Stoics often prepared themselves for life's imperfections, not because they were gloomy, but because realistic expectations create emotional stability. When you understand that people will sometimes disappoint you, disappointment loses some of its power. When you understand that obstacles will appear, obstacles feel less shocking. When you understand that uncertainty is normal, uncertainty becomes less frightening. The nervous system benefits enormously from this realism because it stops experiencing ordinary difficulties as emergencies. Everything becomes less dramatic, less catastrophic, less overwhelming. Another hidden gift of expecting less is gratitude. Many people overlook this connection. When expectations are high, gratitude becomes difficult. Reality constantly feels insufficient. No achievement is enough. No success is enough. No relationship is enough. Life is always failing to meet an invisible standard. But when unrealistic expectations fall away, appreciation becomes easier. Small joys become visible again. Simple moments become meaningful. Ordinary experiences become enough. The nervous system responds positively to this shift, because gratitude calms what entitlement agitates. Gratitude notices what is present. Entitlement focuses on what is missing. One creates peace. The other creates constant dissatisfaction. The Stoics understood this deeply. They frequently reflected on how temporary life is. Not to become fearful, but to become appreciative. When you stop assuming that life owes you anything, everything begins to feel like a gift. A conversation, a sunrise, a friendship, a quiet evening, a healthy day. These moments no longer feel ordinary. They feel precious, and precious things are appreciated differently. This changes the entire emotional experience of life. The nervous system stops constantly scanning for what is wrong. It begins noticing what is already here. This does not mean becoming passive. You can still pursue goals. You can still work hard. You can still build meaningful things. The difference is that your peace no longer depends on specific outcomes. You strive without attachment. You hope without demanding. You act without insisting. And this creates remarkable emotional freedom. Because when life exceeds your expectations, you feel grateful. When life falls short, you remain stable. Your emotional state no longer rises and falls with every outcome. You become less reactive, less fragile, less dependent on circumstances. The Stoics were not teaching people to expect misery. They were teaching people to stop demanding perfection. There is tremendous relief in that distinction. The nervous system no longer carries the impossible burden of forcing life to meet unrealistic standards. It learns to cooperate with reality instead of negotiating with it. And in that cooperation, something beautiful begins to emerge. A quieter mind, a steadier heart, a calmer nervous system. Not because life suddenly becomes easy, but because you stop making impossible demands of it. You stop asking reality to be flawless. You stop asking people to be perfect. You stop asking the future to be certain. And the moment those demands begin to dissolve, the emotional roller coaster starts slowing down. What remains is something much more stable, something much more peaceful, a life that can be appreciated as it is, not because it is perfect, but because you no longer need it to be. The more you learn to expect less from life, the more clearly you begin to see one of the deepest sources of human exhaustion. The need to control, not just influence, not just guide. Control. Control outcomes. Control people. Control timing. Control uncertainty. Control the future. Control life itself. And without realizing it, many people spend years carrying a burden that no human being was ever meant to carry. Because control can feel like safety. It can feel like protection. It can feel like responsibility. But beneath the surface, it often becomes one of the most overworked muscles in the mind, always straining, always pulling, always trying to force reality into a shape that feels predictable. The problem is that life refuses to be controlled. It moves, it changes, it surprises, it unfolds according to countless forces beyond our reach. And every time the mind attempts to control what cannot be controlled, tension appears. A person wants certainty about the future. Life offers possibilities. A person wants guarantees. Life offers unpredictability. A person wants complete control over outcomes. Life offers influence, but never certainty. The nervous system becomes exhausted because it keeps trying to accomplish the impossible. Many people do not realize how much energy they spend managing things that were never theirs to manage. They try to control how people feel about them. They try to control whether others understand them. They try to control how quickly success arrives. They try to control every possible future scenario. They try to control how life unfolds. And because these things remain beyond their reach, frustration becomes constant. The mind keeps tightening its grip. The nervous system keeps preparing for problems. The body keeps carrying stress. Not because something is wrong, but because control has become an addiction. An addiction disguised as responsibility. There is something comforting about believing that if we think hard enough, worry long enough, or prepare thoroughly enough, we can prevent uncertainty. The mind loves this illusion. It creates a sense of power, a sense of security, a sense of protection. But it is often an illusion nonetheless. Because many of the most important things in life remain outside our control. Love, health, aging, other people's choices, economic changes, unexpected opportunities, unexpected losses, the future itself. No amount of mental effort can completely control these things. Yet people continue trying, and the nervous system pays the price. Marcus Aurelius understood this struggle deeply. As emperor, he possessed more power than almost anyone alive, yet he constantly reminded himself that even emperors could not control everything. Wars happened, people disagreed, illness appeared, circumstances changed. His peace could not depend on controlling these events. It had to come from something deeper. This realization became one of the foundations of Stoic wisdom. Focus on what you can control. Release what you cannot. Simple words, but extraordinarily difficult to practice, because the mind naturally wants certainty. It wants guarantees before it relaxes. It says, "Once I know everything will work out, I will feel calm. Once I can control the outcome, I will stop worrying. Once I eliminate uncertainty, I will finally rest." But those conditions are never fully met. So the worrying continues. The controlling continues, the tension continues. The Stoics interrupted this cycle by asking a powerful question. What actually belongs to me? My choices belong to me. My actions belong to me. My character belongs to me. My effort belongs to me. Everything else becomes less certain. This distinction creates enormous relief, because the nervous system suddenly realizes it has been carrying responsibilities that were never its own. Imagine trying to hold up the sky. No matter how hard you try, the task is impossible. Eventually, your arms become exhausted. This is what happens psychologically when people attempt to control uncontrollable outcomes. They strain endlessly against reality, and reality remains unmoved. The exhaustion comes not from life itself, but from the effort to manage what cannot be managed. One of the strangest things about control is that it often creates the very anxiety it hopes to prevent. The more tightly you grip life, the more fragile everything feels. The more you try to eliminate uncertainty, the more uncertainty captures your attention. The more you attempt to control outcomes, the more aware you become of how little control you actually possess. The nervous system becomes trapped in constant vigilance, constant monitoring, constant adjustment, constant concern. It never gets permission to relax, because relaxation requires trust. And trust feels dangerous to a mind obsessed with control. Yet this trust is exactly what the Stoics cultivated. Not trust that everything would go perfectly, not trust that life would always be easy, but trust in their ability to respond. This is a completely different kind of confidence. It does not depend on controlling the future. It depends on trusting yourself within the future. You stop asking, "Can I guarantee success?" and start asking, "Can I handle whatever happens?" You stop asking, "Can I control every outcome?" and start asking, "Can I act wisely regardless of the outcome?" These questions shift the entire relationship with uncertainty. The nervous system begins to relax because it no longer needs guarantees. It only needs presence. It only needs effort. It only needs the willingness to meet life as it arrives. The Stoics knew that true strength does not come from controlling reality. It comes from cooperating with reality, from responding skillfully, from remaining steady when circumstances change. And perhaps that is why the most peaceful people are rarely the most controlling. They are the ones who have learned where their influence ends, the ones who have stopped trying to hold up the sky, the ones who understand that life was never asking them to manage everything, only to manage themselves. And when that understanding finally settles into the heart, a tremendous burden begins to lift. The overworked muscle of control finally relaxes. The mind stops gripping so tightly. The nervous system stops preparing for every possible outcome. And in that release, something profound emerges. Not helplessness, not passivity, but freedom. The freedom that comes from knowing you were never meant to control the entire journey, only the next step. And sometimes, that realization alone is enough to bring a level of rest that years of controlling never could. The more you release the need to control every outcome, the more you begin to notice something unexpected. Many of the things exhausting you are not actually problems. They are complications, emotional complications, layers upon layers of worries, interpretations, expectations, fears, obligations, resentments, and imagined responsibilities that have accumulated over the years. And the nervous system was never designed to carry so much. It was designed for clarity, for focus, for simplicity. Yet many people live inside an emotional world so crowded that they no longer remember what simplicity feels like. Every relationship contains unresolved tension. Every decision carries excessive pressure. Every setback becomes a personal crisis. Every emotion becomes something to analyze, fix, or overcome. The inner world becomes cluttered, and just like a cluttered room creates mental fatigue, a cluttered emotional life creates nervous system fatigue. This is why temporary relaxation often fails. A vacation may help for a few days. A weekend off may feel refreshing. A good night's sleep may provide temporary relief. But the deeper exhaustion remains. Because the problem was never simply physical tiredness. The problem was emotional complexity. The nervous system returns from rest only to re-enter the same crowded inner environment. The same worries, the same emotional burdens, the same mental noise, the same unnecessary weight, and so the exhaustion returns. The Stoics understood that true recovery requires something deeper than relaxation. It requires simplification, not simplifying life itself, simplifying your relationship with life. Marcus Aurelius practiced this constantly. When his mind became overwhelmed, he returned to what mattered, the present moment, his character, his actions, his responsibilities. Everything else became secondary. This created emotional simplicity, a quality that modern life desperately needs. Many people spend enormous amounts of emotional energy on things that add little value. Old arguments, imaginary conflicts, other people's opinions, regrets that cannot be changed, future scenarios that have not happened, comparisons that serve no purpose. The nervous system becomes overloaded because it is trying to process too much. Like a computer running dozens of unnecessary programs at once, eventually performance suffers. Everything slows down. Everything feels heavier. Everything requires more effort. The solution is not always adding something new. Sometimes it is removing what was never needed. The Stoics frequently asked themselves simple questions. What is essential here? What actually matters? What is within my control? These questions act like filters. They remove emotional clutter. They separate the important from the unimportant, the real from the imagined, the necessary from the unnecessary. And every time this happens, the nervous system receives relief, because simplicity creates space. Space to breathe, space to think, space to recover. One of the greatest sources of emotional complexity is carrying multiple versions of reality at once. The reality that exists, the reality you wish existed, the reality you fear may exist, the reality you think should exist. The mind constantly moves between them. The nervous system struggles to keep up, but emotional simplicity brings attention back to one place. Reality, what is actually here, what is actually happening, what actually requires attention. This immediately reduces internal conflict, because much of emotional exhaustion comes from trying to live in multiple realities simultaneously. Another hidden source of complexity is emotional multitasking. Many people are never fully present with anything. While working, they worry about relationships. While with family, they worry about work. While resting, they worry about the future. While planning the future, they regret the past. Attention becomes fragmented, energy becomes scattered. The nervous system remains partially activated at all times. The Stoics approached life differently. They practiced being fully where they were, one moment, one task, one responsibility, one step at a time. This simplicity calms the nervous system because it reduces cognitive and emotional overload. Suddenly, life becomes manageable again, not because there is less to do, but because attention is no longer divided across dozens of unnecessary concerns. There is also a beautiful simplicity in accepting that not every emotion requires action. Many people believe they must solve every feeling immediately. If sadness appears, they try to eliminate it. If anxiety appears, they try to control it. If uncertainty appears, they try to resolve it. The nervous system becomes exhausted from this constant emotional management. The Stoics often practiced observation instead, allowing emotions to exist without immediately reacting to them, allowing feelings to pass through without turning them into emergencies. This creates another layer of simplicity. Not every emotion is a problem. Not every feeling requires a solution. Sometimes emotions simply need space, and space itself becomes healing. The deeper truth is that the nervous system craves simplicity far more than excitement. Excitement comes and goes. Complexity comes and goes, but simplicity creates stability. It creates predictability. It creates safety, and safety is what allows true recovery to occur. This is why some people feel more restored by a quiet walk than an extravagant vacation, more restored by stillness than stimulation, more restored by presence than distraction. The nervous system recognizes simplicity as a form of safety. The Stoics knew that a peaceful life is not necessarily a life with fewer responsibilities. It is a life with less unnecessary emotional weight, less resistance, less overthinking, less attachment, less complexity, more clarity, more presence, more acceptance, more focus on what truly matters. And as this emotional simplicity begins to take root, something remarkable happens. The mind becomes quieter, the body becomes lighter, the heart becomes steadier. The nervous system finally stops carrying dozens of burdens at once. Instead, it settles into something far more natural. One moment, one breath, one step, one reality. And within that simplicity lies a form of recovery far deeper than temporary relaxation. A recovery that reaches beyond the body and into the very center of your inner world. The kind of recovery that does not merely help you rest, the kind that helps you finally feel at rest. The more emotionally simple life becomes, the more a surprising truth begins to reveal itself. Peace was never as far away as you thought. It was never hiding at the end of some perfect future. It was never waiting behind the next achievement. It was never reserved for a version of life without problems. In fact, it has been quietly surrounding you all along, hidden inside ordinary moments, hidden inside simple experiences, hidden inside things so familiar that they are often overlooked completely. The problem is not that peace is absent. The problem is that attention is elsewhere. Most people spend their lives looking beyond the present moment. They are searching for something bigger, something better, something more exciting, more successful, more meaningful, more impressive. The mind constantly whispers that fulfillment exists somewhere ahead. Just a little further. Just one more achievement, one more goal, one more improvement, one more milestone. And because attention is always moving forward, the beauty of what already exists goes unnoticed. This creates a strange kind of poverty, not a lack of possessions, not a lack of opportunities, but a lack of presence. A person can be surrounded by blessings and still feel empty because their attention is constantly focused on what is missing. The Stoics understood this tendency deeply. They recognized that the mind naturally drifts away from what is here. It drifts toward regrets, toward worries, toward desires, toward future ambitions. And in doing so, it misses the quiet richness of ordinary life. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to appreciate what was already present, not because his life was perfect, far from it. He carried enormous responsibilities, faced constant challenges, experienced loss, uncertainty, and pressure. Yet he repeatedly returned his attention to simple realities, the privilege of being alive, the opportunity to act with integrity, the experience of the present moment. These were not small things. They only appeared small because people had become accustomed to them. There is something fascinating about the human mind. It adapts quickly. What once felt extraordinary becomes normal. What once inspired gratitude becomes expected. What once brought joy becomes overlooked. A healthy body becomes ordinary. A peaceful home becomes ordinary. A friendship becomes ordinary. A quiet morning becomes ordinary. The nervous system stops noticing what is already there. Instead, it searches for what is not. This constant searching creates restlessness. The Stoics interrupted this process by returning attention to reality. Not the reality they wished for, not the reality they feared, the reality already present. Because fulfillment often appears the moment attention returns home. Think about how many beautiful moments are missed because the mind is somewhere else. A meal is eaten while worrying about tomorrow. A conversation takes place while thinking about work. A sunset appears while scrolling through distractions. A quiet evening arrives while replaying old problems. Life keeps offering moments of peace. Attention keeps looking away. The nervous system benefits enormously when attention returns to what already exists. Because presence immediately reduces psychological distance, you stop chasing fulfillment. You begin experiencing it, not in some dramatic way, not with fireworks or life-changing revelations, but through small moments that suddenly become meaningful again. The warmth of sunlight through a window, the sound of rain, a deep breath, a familiar voice, the comfort of a chair, the simple fact of being alive. These moments seem ordinary until attention fully arrives. Then something shifts. The Stoics understood that gratitude is not merely a feeling. It is a way of seeing. Two people can experience the same moment. One sees nothing special, the other sees something precious. The difference is attention. One is focused on what is absent. The other is aware of what is present. This awareness changes the entire emotional experience of life. The nervous system begins calming because it no longer lives entirely in pursuit. It begins experiencing. Many people spend years chasing extraordinary moments while overlooking the ordinary moments that make up most of life. Yet life is mostly ordinary. Most days are not dramatic. Most moments are not historic. Most experiences are simple. The Stoics recognized this and found wisdom there. They did not wait for perfect circumstances before allowing themselves appreciation. They appreciated the moment available to them. This created a kind of abundance that circumstances could not easily take away. Because fulfillment stopped depending on external achievements. It became connected to awareness itself. The more present you become, the more visible this hidden peace becomes. You begin noticing things that were always there. The quiet stability beneath constant thinking, the beauty beneath familiarity, the gratitude beneath expectation, the richness beneath simplicity. The nervous system responds positively because it finally stops chasing. For a moment, it simply receives the breath, receives the moment, receives the experience of being here. This creates a profound kind of rest. Not because everything is perfect, but because nothing else is needed for this moment to be complete. The Stoics knew that peace often arrives disguised as ordinary life, not as a grand achievement, not as a dramatic breakthrough, but as a simple awareness that this moment already contains more than enough. And perhaps that is why so many people miss it. They are looking for something extraordinary. Meanwhile, fulfillment waits quietly inside the ordinary. Inside the breath they barely notice. Inside the day they are rushing through. Inside the life they are already living. The moment attention finally returns to what already exists, something remarkable happens. The search begins to slow. The restlessness begins to soften. The nervous system begins to settle. and what once felt ordinary begins revealing itself as something much deeper. Not merely a moment, but a doorway into a peace that was never missing, only overlooked. The more you discover peace inside ordinary moments, the more clearly you begin to see what modern life has been doing to the nervous system all along. It has convinced millions of people that everything is urgent, everything is important, everything requires immediate attention, everything deserves a reaction. And slowly, without realizing it, people begin living as if they are trapped inside a constant emergency. Not a physical emergency, a psychological one. The body wakes up and immediately enters alert mode. Messages, notifications, deadlines, news, problems, responsibilities. The nervous system barely has time to open its eyes before it is already preparing for battle, day after day, week after week, year after year. The result is a life lived in permanent readiness, always preparing, always reacting, always bracing. The strange thing is that many people no longer recognize this state as stress. It has become normal. The racing thoughts feel normal. The tension in the shoulders feels normal. The constant urgency feels normal. The inability to relax feels normal. The nervous system adapts to living in survival mode and eventually forgets what calm feels like. This is one of the greatest hidden challenges of modern life. Many people are not responding to actual danger. They are responding to a continuous stream of perceived danger. A delayed email feels urgent. A disagreement feels urgent. A notification feels urgent. A news headline feels urgent. The mind treats every signal as if it requires immediate attention. The nervous system responds accordingly. Fight, flight, prepare, react, stay alert, stay ready, do not relax. Because something might happen, this state was never meant to be permanent. The fight or flight response is a remarkable survival tool. It helps humans respond to genuine threats. But it was designed to activate temporarily, not continuously, not all day, not every day, not for years at a time. Yet many people unknowingly live this way. The body becomes flooded with stress. The mind becomes consumed with urgency. Rest becomes difficult. Stillness becomes unfamiliar. And eventually exhaustion appears, not because the nervous system is weak, but because it was never designed to remain activated indefinitely. The Stoics recognized this tendency long before smartphones, social media, and 24-hour news cycles existed. They understood that the human mind naturally reacts to perceived threats, but they also understood that awareness creates choice, and choice interrupts automatic reactions. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced stepping back from immediate emotional responses. Instead of instantly reacting, he observed. Instead of becoming consumed by urgency, he examined it. Instead of allowing every event to dictate his inner state, he created space. This space is where freedom begins, because emergency mode thrives on automatic reactions. Something happens. The mind panics. The body responds. The cycle continues. Awareness interrupts the cycle. Something happens. The mind notices. The body begins reacting. Then awareness asks a simple question: is this truly an emergency? That question alone can transform an entire experience. Most of the things that activate modern nervous systems are not immediate threats. They are challenges, inconveniences, uncertainties, responsibilities, difficulties. But they are not emergencies. Yet the nervous system often treats them as if they are. A delayed response becomes a crisis. A mistake becomes a catastrophe. A setback becomes a disaster. The body reacts accordingly. Stress increases. Tension increases. Fatigue increases. The Stoics repeatedly brought themselves back to reality. Not the dramatic story the mind was creating. Reality. What is actually happening right now? What truly requires immediate action? What deserves calm attention rather than panic? These questions slow the nervous system down. They remind it that not everything deserves an emergency response. In fact, very few things do. One of the most powerful Stoic practices is learning the difference between urgency and importance. Modern life often confuses the two. Many things feel urgent. Very few are genuinely important. Notifications feel urgent. Most are not important. Opinions feel urgent. Most are not important. Minor inconveniences feel urgent. Most are not important. The nervous system begins recovering when it stops responding to every signal, as if survival depends on it. This requires awareness, because emergency mode becomes habitual. The mind starts scanning constantly for problems. It becomes hypervigilant. Even peaceful moments feel suspicious. The body remains tense because it expects the next problem at any moment. This is where Stoic awareness becomes deeply healing. It trains the mind to return to what is real rather than what is feared, to respond rather than react, to observe rather than panic, to remain grounded rather than consumed. Gradually, the nervous system begins learning a new lesson. Not everything requires immediate action. Not everything is a threat. Not everything is an emergency. This lesson creates profound relief. The shoulders soften. The breathing slows. The mind becomes clearer. Energy that was once spent on constant vigilance becomes available for living. The person no longer moves through life as though they are running from danger. They begin moving through life with presence, with perspective, with steadiness. The Stoics understood that calm is not the absence of challenges. It is the ability to meet challenges without turning them into emergencies. This ability becomes one of the greatest gifts you can offer your nervous system, because the world will continue demanding urgency. Notifications will continue arriving. Problems will continue appearing. Uncertainty will continue existing. But awareness allows you to choose a different response, a calmer response, a wiser response, a response that tells the nervous system something it desperately needs to hear. You are not in danger. You do not need to be on guard every moment. You do not need to live as though life is constantly on fire. You can slow down. You can breathe. You can return to this moment. And as that realization deepens, the chronic fight-or-flight state begins to loosen its grip. The emergency mode that once felt permanent begins to fade. What remains is something far more powerful. Not constant alertness, not constant readiness, but a steady inner calm. The kind of calm that allows the nervous system to finally remember that life is meant to be lived, not merely survived. The more you step out of emergency mode, the more clearly you begin to notice another hidden source of nervous system exhaustion. A source of stress so common that most people rarely question it. Comparison. Not the obvious kind. Not standing beside someone and consciously measuring yourself against them. The quieter kind. The invisible kind. The kind that follows people throughout the day without their awareness. Comparing achievements. Comparing appearances. Comparing progress. Comparing relationships. Comparing success. Comparing lifestyles. Comparing timelines. Comparing lives. And every comparison creates a subtle form of competition. A competition that often exists entirely inside the mind. The nervous system experiences it as pressure. Pressure to catch up. Pressure to keep pace. Pressure to become more. Pressure to prove something. The tragedy is that many people spend years running races they never consciously chose to enter. A friend succeeds. The mind compares. Someone buys a house. The mind compares. A co-worker gets promoted. The mind compares. Someone appears happier, more successful, more attractive, more accomplished. The mind compares again. Each comparison seems small, but together they create a constant state of stimulation, a constant feeling that where you are is not enough, that who you are is not enough, that what you have is not enough. The nervous system absorbs this message day after day, and eventually it begins living as though it is permanently behind. There is always someone doing better, always someone achieving more, always someone moving faster. The finish line keeps moving. The race never ends. And because the race never ends, rest becomes impossible. How can you relax when your mind believes you are losing? How can you feel content when comparison keeps showing you everything you supposedly lack? This is why comparison is so exhausting. Not because it provides information, but because it quietly creates dissatisfaction. It teaches the mind to focus on absence rather than presence, on deficiency rather than sufficiency, on what is missing rather than what already exists. The Stoics understood that comparison is one of the quickest ways to lose peace. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly brought his attention back to his own path, his own character, his own actions, his own responsibilities. He understood that another person's journey was not his responsibility to manage, and this understanding creates tremendous relief, because comparison requires constant monitoring. The mind must continually look outward, continually evaluate, continually measure, continually rank. The nervous system never receives permission to simply be. Instead, it remains engaged in an endless competition. Many people are not tired because life is difficult. They are tired because they are competing with people who are not even competing with them, competing with strangers, competing with old classmates, competing with co-workers, competing with idealized versions of other people's lives, competing with impossible standards created by their own imagination. The mind becomes obsessed with measuring. The heart becomes disconnected from appreciation. The nervous system remains overstimulated. The Stoics practiced something radically different. They measured themselves against their own values rather than against other people. This changes everything, because values create stability. Comparison creates instability. There will always be someone richer, someone younger, someone more successful, someone more admired, someone further ahead in some area of life. The comparison game has no finish line, no final victory, no lasting satisfaction. Even when you win, someone else appears. The race simply continues. The Stoics stepped off the track entirely. They asked a different question. Am I acting according to my principles? Am I becoming wiser? Am I becoming more patient? Am I becoming more courageous? These questions direct attention inward, and inward attention calms the nervous system. Because your growth is something you can influence, other people's lives are not. One of the most beautiful things that happens when comparison begins fading is gratitude. Suddenly, your own life becomes visible again. Your own progress becomes visible. Your own blessings become visible. The things you once overlooked begin revealing themselves, not because they changed, but because your attention returned. Comparison constantly steals attention from the life you are actually living. It convinces you that fulfillment exists somewhere else, inside someone else's achievements, someone else's opportunities, someone else's circumstances. The Stoics knew better. Fulfillment can only be found where you are, not where someone else is, because your life is the only life you can actually live. The nervous system finds tremendous relief in this realization. It no longer needs to monitor everyone else's journey. It no longer needs to calculate who is ahead or behind. It no longer needs to constantly assess its position in an imaginary ranking system. It can finally rest. There is a profound peace that comes from realizing life was never meant to be a competition. Nature does not compare. The ocean does not compare itself to the mountains. The stars do not compare themselves to the moon. Each simply exists according to its nature. The Stoics encouraged people to do the same, to focus on their own path, their own character, their own growth, their own contribution, without becoming distracted by endless comparisons. As this practice deepens, something remarkable happens. The nervous system stops running, stops chasing, stops measuring, stops competing. And when the competition ends, even internally, a tremendous amount of energy becomes available again. Energy that was once spent proving, measuring, comparing, judging. Now it can be used for living, for appreciating, for growing, for being present. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of rest available to a human being. The realization that you do not have to outrun anyone. You do not have to be ahead of anyone. You do not have to win a race that never truly existed. You only have to walk your own path with integrity. And when that truth finally settles into the heart, the nervous system experiences something it has not felt in a very long time: relief. The relief of no longer competing. The relief of no longer measuring your worth against the lives of others. The relief of finally allowing yourself to simply be where you are. And within that relief, a deeper peace quietly begins to unfold. The more you step away from comparison, the more freedom begins to enter your life. You stop measuring yourself against everyone around you. You stop chasing invisible finish lines. You stop carrying the pressure of proving that you are enough. And in the space that opens up, another question naturally appears. What would happen if fewer things had the power to disturb you? Not because you become cold, not because you stop caring, but because you stop giving every event permission to control your inner state. This is one of the rarest skills a human being can develop, the art of becoming difficult to disturb. Most people live at the mercy of circumstances. A compliment lifts them up. A criticism pulls them down. A good day creates confidence. A bad day destroys it. Their emotional state rises and falls with every event that enters their life. The nervous system never settles because it is constantly reacting, constantly adjusting, constantly recovering from one emotional wave before the next one arrives. This creates enormous fatigue. Not because life is always difficult, but because everything becomes significant. Everything becomes personal. Everything becomes a reason to lose peace. The Stoics recognized this pattern long ago. They observed that many people spend their lives handing away their emotional stability. One careless comment ruins their day. One inconvenience destroys their mood. One unexpected setback consumes their thoughts. The nervous system becomes vulnerable because its peace depends on circumstances remaining favorable, and circumstances never remain favorable forever. Life changes. People change. Situations change. Challenges appear. Difficulties arrive. The person who depends on perfect conditions will spend most of life disturbed. The Stoics pursued something different. They pursued inner steadiness, a kind of emotional resilience that allowed them to remain calm even when life became turbulent. Marcus Aurelius faced wars, political conflict, betrayal, illness, and enormous responsibility. Yet he repeatedly returned to the same principle. You cannot control what happens, but you can control your response. This simple idea contains extraordinary power, because emotional resilience begins the moment you stop treating every event as an emotional command. Something happens. The event says one thing. Your reaction says another. Most people merge the two together. The Stoics created space between them. A criticism appears. They pause. An inconvenience appears. They pause. A disappointment appears. They pause. Inside that pause, freedom exists, because the event no longer automatically determines the emotional response. The nervous system benefits enormously from this. It no longer needs to react immediately to every disturbance. It no longer needs to treat every challenge as a threat. It learns a new possibility, response instead of reaction. Many people unknowingly train themselves to become easily disturbed. They react instantly. They assume the worst. They personalize everything. They magnify small problems. Over time, the nervous system becomes increasingly sensitive. Minor inconveniences feel major. Small frustrations feel overwhelming. Ordinary difficulties feel exhausting. The Stoics trained the opposite response. They deliberately practiced perspective. Whenever something upset them, they asked questions. Will this matter in a week? Will this matter in a year? Am I reacting to reality or to my interpretation of reality? What is actually within my control here? These questions interrupt emotional escalation. They prevent small disturbances from becoming major storms. One of the deepest sources of resilience comes from understanding the difference between discomfort and danger. Modern minds often confuse the two. Someone disagrees. The mind feels threatened. A plan changes. The mind feels threatened. An uncomfortable emotion appears. The mind feels threatened. But discomfort is not danger. Disappointment is not danger. Embarrassment is not danger. Uncertainty is not danger. The nervous system relaxes when it learns this distinction, because suddenly life becomes less threatening, less dramatic, less overwhelming. The Stoics also understood something that many people forget. Every emotional reaction has a cost. Anger consumes energy. Resentment consumes energy. Worry consumes energy. Offense consumes energy. The more easily disturbed you become, the more energy life extracts from you. But when resilience grows, energy is preserved. Not every comment deserves a reaction. Not every opinion deserves attention. Not every problem deserves emotional investment. This selectiveness becomes a form of protection, not protection from life, protection from unnecessary turbulence. Imagine a large tree during a storm. Small branches shake violently, leaves are tossed in every direction, but the deeper trunk remains steady. The Stoics sought to become like that trunk, not emotionless, not unaffected, but deeply rooted, stable beneath surface movement. The nervous system finds tremendous safety in this stability, because it no longer feels as though every event has the power to knock it off balance. There is another hidden benefit to becoming difficult to disturb. You begin responding from wisdom instead of impulse. You speak more carefully. You decide more clearly. You act more intentionally. The emotional noise that once controlled your choices begins fading, and with less noise comes greater clarity. The Stoics knew that true strength is often quiet. It does not announce itself. It does not seek attention. It simply remains steady when everything else becomes chaotic. This steadiness is not achieved overnight. It is practiced, moment by moment, choice by choice, reaction by reaction. Every time you choose calm over impulse, resilience grows. Every time you choose perspective over panic, resilience grows. Every time you refuse to hand your peace to a minor disturbance, resilience grows. And eventually, something remarkable begins to happen. The things that once controlled you lose their power. The comments, the setbacks, the inconveniences, the unexpected difficulties. They still exist. But they no longer dominate your inner world. The nervous system no longer experiences life as a series of constant threats. It begins experiencing life as something it can navigate, something it can meet, something it can handle. And perhaps that is the deepest gift emotional resilience offers, not the absence of challenges, but the confidence that challenges do not have to steal your peace. The confidence that your inner stability is stronger than temporary turbulence. The confidence that your nervous system no longer needs to be shaken by every passing storm. And when that confidence finally takes root, a profound calm begins to emerge. A calm that does not depend on perfect circumstances. A calm that remains steady even when life becomes uncertain. A calm that comes from knowing that peace is no longer something the world gives you. It is something you have learned to protect from the inside. The more difficult you become to disturb, the more clearly you begin to notice where so much anxiety truly comes from. Not from this moment, not from what is actually happening right now, but from a future that exists only in the imagination, a future that has not arrived, a future that may never arrive, a future that somehow manages to steal peace from the present. This is one of the strangest habits of the human mind. It leaves reality behind and begins living somewhere else. Tomorrow, next month, next year. The mind travels forward and returns carrying fear. Fear of what might happen, fear of what could go wrong, fear of outcomes that have not yet become real. And because the nervous system often cannot distinguish between a vividly imagined threat and an actual threat, it reacts. The body tightens, the heart speeds up, the stomach knots, the breathing changes, the stress becomes real, even though the danger remains imaginary. This is why so much anxiety is borrowed from tomorrow. The suffering is experienced today. The event exists only in possibility. Many people wake up carrying problems that do not yet exist. Before the day has even begun, they are already worrying about future conversations, future responsibilities, future disappointments, future failures, future uncertainties. The nervous system begins spending energy solving problems that reality has not presented. And because the future contains infinite possibilities, the worrying never ends. There is always another scenario, another concern, another outcome to fear. The mind becomes trapped in preparation mode, constantly rehearsing, constantly predicting, constantly attempting to gain certainty. But certainty never arrives. Life remains unknown. The future remains unwritten. And so the anxiety continues. The Stoics recognized this pattern with remarkable clarity. Seneca observed that people suffer far more often from imagination than from reality. This insight remains just as true today. Think about how many fears never become real. How many sleepless nights were spent worrying about events that never happened? How many hours were devoted to preparing for disasters that never arrived? How many emotional battles were fought against enemies that existed only in thought? The nervous system paid the price for every one of them, even though reality never demanded it. This is the hidden cost of living ahead of life. You begin carrying tomorrow's weight today. Then next week's weight. Then next year's weight. Soon the mind is carrying multiple futures at once. No nervous system can sustain that burden forever. Eventually exhaustion appears. Not because life is too heavy, but because the mind is carrying far more than life is actually asking it to carry. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly brought himself back to a simple truth. The present moment is enough. Not because the future is unimportant, but because the future cannot be lived right now. Only this moment can. Only this breath. Only this step. Only this decision. The nervous system finds tremendous relief in this perspective, because reality is usually much smaller than imagination. The mind can create 1,000 future problems in a few minutes. Reality presents only one moment at a time, one challenge at a time, one responsibility at a time. This makes life manageable. Anxiety often comes from trying to live multiple moments simultaneously. Today, tomorrow, next year, all at once. The nervous system becomes overwhelmed because it was never designed for that. It was designed to meet reality as it arrives, not months before it arrives, not years before it arrives, as it arrives. There is another reason borrowed anxiety becomes so exhausting. It creates an illusion of productivity. Worry feels like preparation. Fear feels like responsibility. Overthinking feels like problem solving. But often, nothing is actually being solved. The same scenarios are repeated. The same fears are revisited. The same possibilities are examined again and again. The mind stays busy. The nervous system stays activated. Yet no real progress occurs. The Stoics interrupted this cycle with a powerful question. Is this happening now? Not could it happen. Not might it happen. Not what if it happens. Is it happening now? This question immediately returns attention to reality, and reality is often far calmer than the imagined future. Right now, many of the things people fear do not exist. The feared conversation is not happening. The feared failure has not occurred. The feared loss has not arrived. The feared outcome remains a possibility, not a fact. The nervous system relaxes when it remembers this distinction, because possibilities are endless. Reality is specific. Possibilities are infinite. Reality is immediate. Possibilities create overwhelm. Reality creates clarity. The Stoics did not teach people to ignore the future. They taught them to prepare wisely and then return to the present. There is a profound difference between preparation and preoccupation. Preparation is useful. Preoccupation is exhausting. Preparation takes action. Preoccupation creates anxiety. Preparation strengthens you. Preoccupation drains you. Many people mistake one for the other, and in doing so they spend years carrying fears that belong to futures that never arrive. As this understanding deepens, something remarkable begins to happen. The mind starts loosening its grip on tomorrow. The constant forecasting begins to slow. The endless rehearsing begins to fade. The nervous system finally receives permission to stop solving imaginary problems. It can return to what is real, to what is here, to what is actually being asked of it. And within that return lies a profound form of rest. The realization that you do not have to live tomorrow today. You do not have to carry next year's burdens this morning. You do not have to solve futures that have not arrived. You only have to meet this moment, this breath, this step, this reality. And when the nervous system finally stops borrowing anxiety from tomorrow, it discovers something beautiful. Most of the weight it was carrying never belonged to today at all. And the moment that weight is set down, peace quietly returns to where it has always been waiting, right here, in the present moment. The more you stop borrowing anxiety from tomorrow, the more you begin to notice another hidden burden you may have been carrying your entire life. A burden so familiar that it often goes unnoticed. The burden of becoming someone, protecting someone, defending someone, maintaining someone, an image, an identity, a version of yourself that you believe must remain intact at all costs. And surprisingly, one of the deepest forms of nervous system healing begins when that identity starts to soften. Most people spend years building a story about who they are. I am the strong one. I am the successful one. I am the smart one. I am the responsible one. I am the independent one. I am the person who never fails. I am the person who always has the answers. At first, these identities seem helpful. They create structure, they create direction, they create certainty. But over time, something unexpected happens. The identity becomes a prison, because now it must be protected, maintained, defended. Every situation becomes a test. Every mistake becomes a threat. Every failure becomes an attack on the self. The nervous system becomes exhausted because it is constantly guarding an image, not reality. An image. A person who sees themselves as strong may become terrified of appearing vulnerable. A person who sees themselves as successful may become terrified of failure. A person who sees themselves as intelligent may become terrified of being wrong. A person who sees themselves as independent may become terrified of asking for help. The identity becomes rigid, and anything rigid eventually creates tension. The Stoics understood something profound. They understood that suffering often begins when we become too attached to the stories we tell about ourselves. Because life is constantly changing, people grow, circumstances shift, new lessons emerge, but rigid identities resist change. They demand consistency, they demand certainty, they demand protection. The nervous system remains activated because it feels responsible for preserving a fixed version of the self. Marcus Aurelius practiced something remarkably freeing. He regularly reminded himself that he was a human being first. Not an emperor, not a title, not a reputation, not a role, a human being. This perspective created flexibility, and flexibility is deeply healing. A flexible tree bends during a storm. A rigid tree snaps. The same principle applies internally. When identity becomes flexible, life becomes easier to navigate. You can be wrong without feeling destroyed. You can fail without losing your worth. You can change your mind without feeling weak. You can learn without feeling inadequate. You can evolve without feeling like you are betraying yourself. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer has to constantly defend a fixed image. One of the greatest hidden sources of stress is the pressure to remain the same. People cling to old versions of themselves, old beliefs, old roles, old definitions, even when growth is asking them to change. A person may continue pretending to be strong when they need support, pretending to be certain when they are confused, pretending to be okay when they are hurting. The nervous system carries the burden of maintaining these performances. Eventually, exhaustion appears, not because growth is difficult, but because pretending is. The Stoics encouraged honesty, not perfection, not performance, honesty. The willingness to see yourself clearly, without exaggeration, without judgment, without attachment. This honesty creates freedom, because the moment you stop protecting an image, you become available for growth. You become available for reality. You become available for peace. There is another subtle way identity creates tension. People often define themselves through temporary experiences. A failure becomes an identity. A success becomes an identity. A mistake becomes an identity. A role becomes an identity. The mind begins saying, I am my accomplishments. I am my failures. I am my reputation. I am what others think of me. The Stoics rejected this entirely. They understood that circumstances change too quickly to build an identity upon them. Today you succeed. Tomorrow you struggle. Today you are praised. Tomorrow you are criticized. If identity is built upon changing conditions, the nervous system remains unstable. But when identity becomes softer, something beautiful happens. You stop needing every experience to define you. A mistake becomes a moment, not an identity. A success becomes an experience, not an identity. A challenge becomes a lesson, not an identity. Life becomes lighter, because everything no longer carries the weight of self-definition. The nervous system finds tremendous relief in this, because it no longer has to constantly answer the question, "What does this say about me?" Instead, it can simply ask, "What can I learn from this?" The difference is enormous. One creates fear, the other creates growth. One creates rigidity, the other creates flexibility. One creates tension, the other creates peace. Epictetus often reminded his students that external events do not define who they are. Their character does, and character is not a fixed image. It is a practice, a living process, something that evolves over time. This understanding softens the entire relationship with life. You no longer need to be perfect. You no longer need to protect an image. You no longer need to constantly prove who you are. You simply live. You learn. You adapt. You grow. And the nervous system finally receives a message it has been longing to hear. You do not have to hold yourself so tightly. You do not have to remain frozen inside yesterday's definition. You do not have to spend your life defending a version of yourself that no longer serves you. You are allowed to change. You are allowed to evolve. You are allowed to be unfinished. And when identity softens in this way, something remarkable begins to happen. The mind becomes more open. The heart becomes more relaxed. The body becomes less guarded. The nervous system stops bracing against every challenge to its self-image. Instead, it learns to move with life rather than against it. And within that flexibility lies a profound form of healing. Not the healing that comes from becoming someone new, but the healing that comes from finally letting go of the need to be someone fixed at all. The more your identity softens, the more another hidden source of nervous system tension begins to reveal itself. Not something happening around you, something happening within you. A story you have told yourself countless times. A story about what happened, a story about who hurt you, a story about what you lost, a story about what life did to you, a story about who you became because of it. And while stories can help us make sense of our lives, they can also become invisible prisons. Because sometimes the wound is no longer being caused by the event itself. Sometimes it is being kept alive by the story. There is a natural human desire to create meaning from experience. When something painful happens, the mind immediately begins building a narrative. Why did this happen? What does it mean? Who am I now? How should I understand this? At first, this process can be helpful. It allows us to organize experience. It allows us to process emotions. It allows us to learn. But many people never stop there. They continue telling the story again and again, year after year, sometimes for decades. The event ends. The story remains. The wound begins healing. The story reopens it. The nervous system keeps receiving the same emotional signals, not because the experience is still occurring, but because it is constantly being relived. This is one of the hidden ways suffering stays active. The body responds not only to present events, it responds to remembered events. A person recalls a betrayal. The emotions return. A person recalls an embarrassment. The tension returns. A person recalls a painful chapter. The nervous system reacts as though part of the experience is happening again. The memory itself is not the problem. The constant identification with the memory becomes the problem. The Stoics understood this remarkably well. They recognized that the mind has the ability to repeatedly visit old pain, to revisit it, rehearse it, strengthen it, until the past becomes more alive than the present. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to focus on what was in front of him, rather than continually returning to what was behind him. Not because the past should be ignored, but because life is happening now, And every moment spent living inside an old narrative is a moment pulled away from reality. Many people become so attached to their story that they stop noticing it is only one version of events. The story becomes identity. I am the person who was betrayed. I am the person who was rejected. I am the person who failed. I am the person who was overlooked. I am the person who suffered. Over time, the narrative becomes so familiar that letting it go feels frightening. Because without the story, who would I be? Without the wound, who would I become? Without the past, how would I define myself? The nervous system remains attached because the narrative provides certainty. Even painful certainty can feel safer than unknown freedom. This is why some wounds remain active long after the original event has ended. The person is no longer experiencing the event. They are experiencing the story. Again and again and again. Each retelling reinforces emotional pathways. Each repetition strengthens the narrative. Each revisit reminds the nervous system to remain alert, to remain protective, to remain identified with pain. The Stoics encouraged something different, not forgetting, not denying, not pretending, but loosening identification, learning to see experiences without becoming imprisoned by them. This creates enormous freedom because a painful event can remain part of your history without remaining the center of your identity. You can remember without reliving. You can learn without carrying. You can honor the experience without becoming trapped inside it. This distinction changes everything. The nervous system begins relaxing because it no longer has to keep old wounds constantly active. There is another hidden danger in personal narratives. They often freeze growth. When a person continually tells the same story, they unconsciously remain connected to the version of themselves who first experienced it. The story becomes a psychological anchor, holding them in place, preventing movement, preventing transformation, preventing new possibilities. The Stoics understood that human beings are constantly changing. The person you were 5 years ago is not the person you are today. The person who experienced that pain no longer fully exists. Yet many people continue carrying old narratives as though nothing has changed. The nervous system becomes exhausted trying to maintain continuity between who they were and who they are becoming. What if healing is not about creating a better story? What if healing is about needing the story less? This question opens a door. Because peace does not always come from endlessly analyzing the past. Sometimes peace comes from loosening your grip on it, from allowing it to become part of your history rather than the center of your existence. Epictetus often emphasized that what matters most is not what happened, but how we relate to what happened. That relationship determines whether a wound continues controlling us or begins releasing us. As this understanding deepens, something remarkable begins to happen. The past loses some of its emotional authority. The story becomes lighter. The identity built around the story begins dissolving. The nervous system stops preparing for old battles, stops defending against old threats, stops reliving old pain. Life begins moving forward again, not because the past disappears, but because it no longer occupies the throne of your inner world. You begin discovering that you are larger than your story, larger than your mistakes, larger than your losses, larger than your wounds, larger than the narrative you have repeated for years. And when that realization finally settles into the heart, a profound kind of healing begins. The healing that comes when the story is no longer carrying you. The healing that comes when you stop introducing yourself to life through old pain. The healing that comes when the nervous system finally realizes it no longer needs to keep yesterday alive in order to survive today. And in that release, another layer of deep rest quietly unfolds. The more you loosen your attachment to old stories, the more clearly you begin to notice something else. Not every burden you carry belongs to the present. In fact, some of the heaviest burdens in your life may not be happening at all. They may be memories, old regrets, old resentments, old disappointments, old wounds. Things that happened years ago but still occupy space inside the mind, still consume energy, still demand attention, still influence how the nervous system experiences the world. This is psychological deadweight. And many people carry far more of it than they realize. Imagine walking through life with a backpack filled with stones. At first, the weight feels noticeable. Then, over time, you become accustomed to it. You forget it is there. You assume exhaustion is normal. You assume heaviness is normal. You assume struggle is normal. What you do not realize is that much of your energy is being spent carrying things that no longer need to be carried. The nervous system works the same way. Every unresolved regret, every lingering grudge, every disappointment that is continually revisited, every old resentment, every emotional debt from the past, each one consumes resources. Not because the event is still happening, but because attention is still feeding it. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that the mind often remains attached to things long after life has moved on. A mistake made years ago, a betrayal that happened decades earlier, an opportunity that was missed, a chapter that ended differently than expected. The event itself is gone, but psychologically it remains active. The nervous system continues allocating energy to it, continues revisiting it, continues carrying it. This is why some people feel emotionally exhausted even during peaceful periods of life. The exhaustion is not coming from current reality. It is coming from old emotional cargo. Regret is one of the heaviest forms of this dead weight. The mind loves returning to old decisions. What if I had chosen differently? What if I had said something else? What if I had acted sooner? What if I had known then what I know now? These questions seem harmless, but they create an impossible situation. The mind is trying to change a reality that no longer exists. The nervous system becomes trapped in a battle that can never be won. Because the past is not waiting for revision, it is finished. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that dwelling endlessly on what could have been serves no useful purpose. Wisdom comes from learning. Suffering comes from endless replaying. There is a profound difference between the two. Learning extracts value from the past. Replaying remains trapped inside it. Many people mistake one for the other. They believe they are processing. In reality, they are repeating. The nervous system keeps reliving the same emotional experience. The lesson has already been learned. The suffering simply continues. Grudges create another form of psychological dead weight. At first, resentment can feel justified. Someone hurt you. Someone betrayed your trust. Someone treated you unfairly. The pain is real. The disappointment is real. But over time, something changes. The event ends. The resentment remains. And now the person carrying the grudge continues paying a price. The nervous system remains activated whenever the memory appears. The body tightens, the emotions return. The mind revisits old battles. The other person may have moved on years ago, yet the burden remains. The Stoics saw resentment as a form of self-imposed suffering, not because wrongdoing should be ignored, but because carrying hatred does not punish the past. It punishes the present. Every grudge demands energy. Every resentment occupies space. Every unresolved bitterness keeps part of the nervous system locked in yesterday. Disappointments create their own form of dead weight, not what happened. What did not happen? The life that was imagined but never arrived. The dream that never unfolded. The relationship that never became what it could have been. The opportunity that disappeared. Many people quietly mourn alternate versions of reality. Versions that existed only in expectation. The mind continues looking backward, comparing life to what might have been. And in doing so, it misses the life that is actually here. The Stoics practiced something radically different. They returned to reality, again and again. Not the imagined life, not the lost life, not the alternate life. The real life. The one unfolding now. Because every moment spent carrying dead weight is energy unavailable for the present. Energy unavailable for growth, for gratitude, for healing, for peace. One of the most important questions a person can ask is surprisingly simple. What am I still carrying that no longer serves me? An old regret, an old resentment, an old disappointment, an old identity, an old story. The answer often reveals where the nervous system is still spending energy unnecessarily. The beautiful thing about psychological dead weight is that much of it disappears the moment you stop feeding it. Not overnight, not instantly, but gradually. Attention withdraws, identification loosens, the grip softens. The nervous system begins reclaiming resources that were trapped in the past. This creates a remarkable feeling, lightness. Not because life becomes perfect, but because you stop carrying unnecessary weight through it. Epictetus understood that freedom is often less about gaining something new and more about releasing something old. Releasing attachments, releasing burdens, releasing unnecessary suffering. The nervous system heals through this release. Because healing is not always about adding more wisdom. Sometimes it is about removing what no longer belongs. The old regret, the old anger, the old disappointment, the old emotional debt. As these burdens begin falling away, something profound happens. The mind becomes quieter, the body becomes lighter, the heart becomes more open. The nervous system stops spending energy maintaining connections to pain that no longer serves a purpose. And within that release, another layer of deep rest begins to emerge. Not the rest that comes from escaping life, the rest that comes from finally setting down what you were never meant to carry forever. And when that weight finally leaves your shoulders, you discover something beautiful. You were never as tired as you thought. You were simply carrying too much for too long. The more psychological dead weight you release, the more space begins to open inside the nervous system. Space that was once occupied by regrets, resentments, old disappointments, stories that no longer serve you. And as that space opens, another hidden source of suffering becomes easier to see. A habit so common that most people rarely question it. The habit of taking everything personally. A look becomes personal, a comment becomes personal, a disagreement becomes personal, a delay becomes personal, a mistake becomes personal. Even events that have little to do with us somehow become attached to our identity. And without realizing it, we spend enormous amounts of emotional energy reacting to things that were never truly about us in the first place. This creates constant nervous system activation, because if everything feels personal, everything feels threatening. Every criticism becomes an attack. Every disagreement becomes rejection. Every misunderstanding becomes a wound. Every negative experience becomes evidence that something is wrong with us. The nervous system remains alert because it feels surrounded by danger, not physical danger. Psychological danger, the danger of being judged, the danger of being disliked, the danger of being misunderstood, the danger of not being enough. The Stoics understood something that most people spend decades trying to learn. Most of what people do is about them. Not you, their moods, their fears, their insecurities, their beliefs, their wounds, their expectations, their struggles. Human beings spend most of their lives responding to their own internal world. Yet when someone acts negatively toward us, the mind immediately makes it personal. A person is rude. The mind says it must be about me. A person is distant. The mind says I must have done something wrong. A person disagrees. The mind says I am being attacked. But often none of these interpretations are true. The person may be carrying stress you know nothing about. They may be dealing with fear, pain, confusion, exhaustion, disappointment. Their behavior may have far more to do with their inner world than with you. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself of this constantly. When people acted poorly, he did not immediately take their behavior as a personal insult. Instead, he viewed it through the lens of human nature. People make mistakes. People become emotional. People act from ignorance. People struggle. This perspective created emotional immunity, not because he became indifferent, but because he stopped internalizing everything. This is where a rare kind of calm begins to emerge. The calm that comes from realizing that not every event deserves access to your identity. Someone criticizes your work. That does not mean they are criticizing your worth. Someone disagrees with your opinion. That does not mean they are rejecting you as a person. Someone misunderstands your intentions. That does not mean your intentions were bad. Someone is unhappy. That does not automatically make you responsible. The nervous system relaxes when it stops turning every external event into a statement about the self. Because constantly taking things personally creates an exhausting burden. The burden of making yourself the center of every interaction, every reaction, every outcome. The Stoics practiced stepping back, creating distance, looking at events objectively. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" they often asked, "What is actually happening here?" That question changes everything, because it separates reality from interpretation. Reality may be simple. Someone expressed an opinion. Someone had a bad day. Someone made a choice. Someone reacted emotionally. The suffering often begins when the mind adds a personal story. Now it becomes about me. Now it becomes my fault. Now it becomes my responsibility. Now it becomes evidence of my inadequacy. The nervous system carries the weight of that story, not the event itself, the story. One of the deepest forms of freedom is realizing that you do not have to carry every opinion people have about you. You do not have to absorb every projection. You do not have to internalize every criticism. You do not have to make every reaction part of your identity. The Stoics understood that allowing other people's behavior to dictate your emotional state is a form of dependency. Your peace becomes dependent on their mood, their approval, their understanding, their choices, and because those things are outside your control, peace becomes fragile. But when you stop taking everything personally, stability begins to grow. You remain open, but not vulnerable to every passing opinion. You remain compassionate, but not emotionally controlled by every reaction. You remain aware, but not consumed. This is emotional immunity, not building walls, building perspective. The kind of perspective that recognizes that people are often fighting battles you cannot see. The kind of perspective that understands that not every criticism is a wound, not every disagreement is rejection. Not every disappointment is personal. Not every difficult interaction is about you. Epictetus taught that what harms us is often not the event itself, but the judgment we attach to it. Taking things personally is one of the most common judgments people make, and one of the most exhausting, because it keeps the nervous system constantly involved in battles that do not belong to it. As this habit begins to fade, something remarkable happens. The mind becomes lighter. The heart becomes calmer. The body becomes less defensive. Life feels less threatening. Not because people stop criticizing, not because misunderstandings disappear, not because difficulties vanish, but because you stop allowing every external event to enter your inner world unchecked. You stop giving everything the power to define you, and in that space a rare kind of peace begins to appear. The peace of understanding that other people's actions belong to them. Your response belongs to you. Their opinions belong to them. Your character belongs to you. Their reactions belong to them. Your peace belongs to you. And when that truth finally settles into the nervous system, a profound calm emerges. The calm of no longer carrying what was never yours. The calm of no longer making every event personal. The calm of finally becoming emotionally free enough to let the world be what it is, without turning every moment into a judgment of yourself. And within that freedom lies one of the deepest forms of rest a human being can experience. The more you learn not to take everything personally, the more another hidden source of nervous system tension begins to reveal itself. A source of stress that often disguises itself as ambition, as discipline, as self-improvement, as growth. Yet beneath the surface, it quietly keeps many people trapped in a state of constant dissatisfaction. The belief that life must always be changing, always improving, always progressing, always becoming something else. Many people live as though the present moment is merely a waiting room for a better future, a future version of themselves, a future circumstance, a future achievement, a future feeling. The mind constantly whispers the same message: not yet, not enough, keep going, keep fixing, keep improving, keep changing. And while growth is valuable, there is a hidden cost when improvement becomes an obsession. The nervous system never receives permission to rest, because rest requires acceptance. And acceptance becomes impossible when every moment is treated as a problem that needs solving. Many people spend years trying to improve themselves without ever learning how to appreciate themselves, trying to fix life without ever learning how to live it, trying to become better without ever allowing themselves to simply be. The result is a constant feeling of insufficiency. No achievement feels complete. No success feels satisfying. No progress feels enough. The finish line keeps moving, and the nervous system remains trapped in permanent striving. The Stoics understood something that modern culture often forgets. Growth is important, but peace cannot depend upon growth. Otherwise, peace will always remain somewhere in the future. Marcus Aurelius worked constantly to improve his character, yet he also practiced accepting reality exactly as it was, including himself, including his circumstances, including the unfinished nature of life. This balance is incredibly important, because improvement without acceptance creates tension. Acceptance without growth creates stagnation. The Stoics sought both: the ability to grow while remaining at peace, the ability to improve without self-rejection, the ability to move forward without constantly feeling behind. The nervous system heals in this balance because it no longer experiences every imperfection as an emergency. It no longer treats every weakness as a threat. It no longer feels responsible for becoming a perfect version of itself. Instead, it begins to relax into a different understanding. Growth can happen naturally, like a tree growing toward sunlight, like a river finding its course, without force, without panic, without constant self-criticism. Many people unknowingly create suffering by resisting the pace of life. They want healing immediately. They want clarity immediately. They want answers immediately. They want change immediately. When progress unfolds slowly, frustration appears. When life takes longer than expected, anxiety appears. The nervous system becomes activated because reality refuses to move according to its schedule. But life rarely responds well to force. Some lessons require time. Some healing requires time. Some growth requires time. The Stoics understood that wisdom often emerges gradually, not through pressure, through patience. This patience creates enormous relief, because the nervous system stops fighting the natural pace of transformation. It stops demanding immediate results. It stops treating delay as failure. It stops confusing slow progress with no progress. There is another hidden tension that comes from constantly trying to improve. Many people become addicted to self-monitoring, always evaluating, always measuring, always asking whether they are doing enough, growing enough, healing enough, achieving enough. The mind becomes a relentless supervisor. Nothing is ever allowed to simply exist. Everything must be optimized, improved, corrected. The nervous system becomes exhausted under this constant scrutiny. The Stoics practiced observation without obsession. They reflected on themselves honestly, but they did not turn self-awareness into self-punishment. They understood that growth happens best when it emerges from wisdom rather than pressure. A flower does not bloom faster because you pull on its petals. Growth cannot be forced into existence. It must unfold. The same is true internally. Many people are carrying the hidden belief that they will finally allow themselves peace once they become a better version of themselves, once they are stronger, smarter, more successful, more healed, more disciplined. But peace continues moving farther away because the standard keeps changing. The Stoics interrupted this cycle by recognizing something profound. You can improve and accept yourself at the same time. You can grow and rest at the same time. You can evolve and appreciate where you are at the same time. These are not opposites. They are partners. The nervous system heals when it no longer feels trapped inside endless self-improvement, when it no longer believes every moment must produce progress, when it no longer feels responsible for forcing life forward. There is tremendous wisdom in allowing things to unfold, not passively, not carelessly, but patiently, trusting that growth is occurring even when it cannot be seen. Trusting that life is moving even when it feels still. Trusting that healing is happening even when it feels incomplete. The Stoics knew that nature moves according to its own rhythm. The seasons cannot be rushed. The sunrise cannot be forced. The growth of a tree cannot be accelerated through worry. Human growth follows similar laws. Some things require time. Some things require patience. Some things require surrender. As this understanding deepens, the nervous system begins to soften. The constant pressure eases. The endless striving slows. The need to force change begins fading, and in its place comes something many people have been searching for all along. Trust. Trust in the process. Trust in growth. Trust in life. Trust that not everything must change immediately for peace to be possible. Because sometimes the deepest healing begins not when life finally changes, but when you stop demanding that it change before you allow yourself to rest. And when that demand finally dissolves, the nervous system discovers a profound kind of recovery. The recovery that comes from realizing you do not have to constantly become someone else. You are allowed to grow. You are allowed to evolve. But you are also allowed to be here, now, as you are. And that permission alone can feel like a deep exhale after years of holding your breath. The more you stop forcing life to change, the more another modern source of nervous system exhaustion becomes impossible to ignore, a source of tension that previous generations rarely experienced on this scale, a tension that follows people everywhere, into their homes, into their relationships, into their quiet moments, even into their attempts to rest. The fear of missing out, the feeling that something better is happening somewhere else, that someone else is living more fully, achieving more, experiencing more, enjoying more, becoming more. And because of this belief, the nervous system rarely settles. It remains restless, always looking, always comparing, always wondering if it should be somewhere else, doing something else, becoming someone else. This is one of the hidden costs of modern life. Never before have human beings been exposed to so many curated versions of other people's lives. Every day the mind sees endless examples of success, adventure, beauty, achievement, recognition, opportunity. The nervous system receives a constant stream of evidence suggesting that everyone else is moving ahead, even when that evidence is incomplete, even when it is misleading, even when it is carefully edited. The emotional impact remains. The mind begins comparing. And comparison creates agitation. A person sits peacefully for a moment. Then they see someone else's achievement. Now peace disappears. A person feels grateful for their progress. Then they see someone else's success. Now gratitude weakens. A person enjoys their own path. Then they see someone else's journey. Now doubt appears. The nervous system becomes trapped in a cycle of perpetual dissatisfaction, not because life is lacking, but because attention keeps being directed toward what others possess. This creates a subtle but constant state of internal movement. The mind never fully arrives where it is, because it is always being pulled toward somewhere else. Somebody else's life, somebody else's timeline, somebody else's opportunities, somebody else's results. The Stoics understood something incredibly important about human attention. Where attention goes, emotional energy follows. If attention constantly focuses on what is absent, dissatisfaction grows. If attention constantly focuses on what others have, comparison grows. If attention constantly focuses on imagined alternatives, contentment disappears. The nervous system reflects whatever attention repeatedly practices. Marcus Aurelius lived in a world without social media, yet he faced the same human tendency. The tendency to look outside oneself for validation, the tendency to compare, the tendency to become distracted by what belongs to others. His solution was remarkably simple. Return to your own life. Again and again. Return to your own character, your own actions, your own responsibilities, your own path. This practice becomes increasingly valuable in a culture built on comparison. Because comparison culture creates an impossible standard. No matter how much you achieve, someone appears ahead. No matter how much you possess, someone appears to possess more. No matter how much progress you make, someone appears further along. The race never ends. And because it never ends, the nervous system never receives permission to relax. There is always another person to compare yourself to, another standard to measure yourself against, another reason to feel behind. The Stoics recognized that this is not a path to fulfillment. It is a path to endless agitation. One of the deepest problems with the fear of missing out is that it creates psychological absence. You stop experiencing your own life because you are mentally living inside someone else's. You stop appreciating your own opportunities because you are focused on opportunities you do not have. You stop enjoying your own journey because you are measuring it against another person's timeline. The nervous system becomes disconnected from reality, not because reality is insufficient, but because attention is constantly elsewhere. This creates a painful illusion, the illusion that fulfillment exists somewhere else, in another city, another relationship, another career, another version of life. The Stoics repeatedly challenged this illusion. They understood that peace cannot be found through endless comparison, Because comparison always creates a moving target. The moment you reach one goal, another appears. The moment you achieve one thing, someone else appears to have achieved more. The cycle continues indefinitely. The nervous system becomes exhausted trying to keep up. But what if there is nothing to keep up with? What if life is not a race? What if your timeline does not need to match anyone else's? What if your path is allowed to unfold according to its own rhythm? These questions create enormous relief, because they challenge the assumption that fulfillment exists somewhere ahead or somewhere else. The nervous system calms when it no longer feels pressured to compete with countless invisible standards. It begins returning to something simpler. This moment, this life, this path, this experience. The fear of missing out loses power when you realize something important. Every choice includes missing out. To choose one path is to leave another unchosen. To spend time here is to not spend time somewhere else. To pursue one opportunity is to release another. This is not failure. This is life. The Stoics accepted this reality. They understood that peace requires commitment, not to every possibility, to the present reality. Because a person trying to experience everything eventually experiences nothing deeply. A person chasing every opportunity eventually loses connection with what is already here. The nervous system heals when attention stops scattering itself across endless possibilities, when it stops monitoring what everyone else is doing, when it stops comparing every chapter of its life to somebody else's highlight reel. As this practice deepens, a remarkable calm begins to emerge. The restless searching slows. The endless comparison softens. The feeling of being behind begins to fade. Not because life has changed, but because attention has returned home. Home to your own experience. Home to your own journey. Home to your own life. And in that return, the nervous system discovers something it has been seeking through comparison all along. Not more, not better, not somewhere else. Enough. The quiet realization that this moment can be enough. This path can be enough. This life can be enough. And when that realization finally settles into the heart, the constant agitation begins to disappear. What remains is a deeper kind of peace. The peace of no longer chasing lives that were never yours to live. The peace of finally arriving inside your own. The more you release the fear of missing out, the more another profound truth begins to reveal itself. Much of human suffering comes from arguing with reality, not reality itself. The argument, the resistance, the endless negotiation with what already exists. Life presents a circumstance. The mind responds with a demand. This should not be happening. This should be different. This should have gone another way. This person should change. This situation should disappear. This moment should not be what it is. And in that silent conflict, the nervous system becomes exhausted. Because reality continues moving in one direction while the mind pulls in another. This is why one of the oldest and most powerful Stoic practices was the practice of welcoming reality, not tolerating it, not enduring it, welcoming it. At first, this idea sounds almost impossible. Why would anyone welcome difficulty? Why would anyone welcome disappointment? Why would anyone welcome uncertainty? The Stoics were not suggesting that people enjoy suffering. They were teaching something much deeper. The moment reality arrives, it already exists. The event has happened. The circumstance is present. The situation is real. The question is no longer whether it should exist. The question is how you will meet it. Most people meet reality with resistance. Life says, "This is what is happening." The mind says, "I refuse." And immediately tension appears. The nervous system tightens. The emotions intensify. The struggle begins. What makes this especially painful is that resistance rarely changes the circumstance. It simply adds suffering to it. A storm arrives. The resistance changes nothing. A setback occurs. The resistance changes nothing. A loss appears. The resistance changes nothing. Reality remains what it is. Only now the nervous system is carrying both the event and the struggle against the event. Marcus Aurelius practiced something radically different. Whenever life presented him with difficulty, he trained himself to see it as part of reality rather than an interruption to reality. This distinction changes everything. Most people treat difficulties as mistakes, as though life has gone off course. The Stoics saw difficulties as part of the course, not separate from life. Part of life, not interruptions. Ingredients, not exceptions. Features. This perspective creates enormous psychological relief because the nervous system stops treating every challenge as evidence that something is wrong. Instead, it begins seeing challenges as part of the natural unfolding of existence. This does not eliminate pain, but it removes a tremendous amount of unnecessary resistance. One of the most exhausting habits of the mind is constantly comparing reality to preference. The mind creates a picture of how things should be. Then reality arrives with its own version. The two collide. Stress appears. The larger the gap between reality and expectation, the greater the tension. The Stoics reduced this tension by training themselves to meet reality first. Before judgment, before complaint, before resistance, simply acknowledging what is. This is happening. This exists. This is here. That simple recognition creates clarity. And clarity calms the nervous system. Because confusion often comes from refusing to acknowledge reality. The mind keeps fighting something that has already happened. The Stoics stopped fighting, not because they were weak, because they were wise enough to conserve energy. They understood that acceptance is not surrendering your power, it is reclaiming it. The moment you stop arguing with reality, all the energy previously spent resisting becomes available for responding. This is where true strength begins, not in denial, not in complaint, not in wishing, in response. A person who welcomes reality can act clearly. A person who resists reality remains trapped in emotional conflict. Epictetus taught that the path to freedom begins by distinguishing between what is happening and what we wish was happening. Most suffering lives in that gap. The nervous system pays the price every time the gap widens. The Stoics gradually close the gap, not by controlling reality, by accepting it. There is something deeply healing about allowing life to be what it is, not because everything is pleasant, not because everything is fair, but because reality becomes easier to navigate when you stop demanding that it become something else first. Imagine standing in a river. The current moves one way. You can spend all your energy fighting the current, or you can acknowledge its direction and move intelligently within it. The river does not change. Your relationship with it changes. The same is true of life. The nervous system relaxes when it stops swimming against every circumstance, when it stops demanding that reality obey personal preferences, when it stops treating acceptance as defeat. One of the greatest misunderstandings about acceptance is the belief that it leads to passivity. The Stoics proved otherwise. They were highly active people, leaders, thinkers, warriors, builders, but they acted from reality rather than against it. They accepted the facts first, then responded wisely. This created a unique kind of calm, not the calm of avoidance, the calm of alignment, the calm that comes from no longer fighting what already exists. As this practice deepens, something remarkable begins to happen. The nervous system becomes less reactive. less resistant, less exhausted. The constant friction begins to fade. Life still contains uncertainty, still contains difficulty, still contains change. But these things no longer create the same level of internal struggle, because you stop demanding that life become different before you allow yourself peace. The Stoics discovered that reality is much easier to carry than resistance. Reality asks you to face what is. Resistance asks you to fight what is. One creates clarity, the other creates exhaustion. And when you finally learn the ancient practice of welcoming reality, something profound begins to unfold. The mind softens, the body relaxes, the nervous system settles. Not because circumstances suddenly become perfect, but because you stop standing at war with the truth of the moment. And in that acceptance, a deeper peace quietly appears. The peace that comes from meeting life exactly where it is. Not where you wish it were, not where you fear it might be, but where it actually is. And that is where true rest begins.